say the load may look very heavy, yes, and the road may seem very long. As you know, success don't come easy. You got to work and struggle, Lord. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It is hard for someone to love you if you don't love yourself. If we want because they have to break through, we got to let the Lord know ourselves. We might show more love for the things we hold, for their future is our concern. Hey. So let me love and get free and believe for the next generation. Let me love. When we love. Then we're on the road to a brand new world. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. Lembo, lembo, lembo. Yes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't mind we practice the cultures that come from a foreign land, but we have our own thing right here that needs even more attention. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I am talking about calypso, steel pan and limbo dance. Jazz drumming is ours also. Yeah. Let's give them their growing chance. We must show all love for the things we own, for their future is our concern. So let me love and give praise and believe for the next generation. Let we love our own. We must
Lennox.
As you know, success don't come
Yeah, we're not.
easy.
All right, yeah, we're not here. Not
You
here
got
at
to
all.
work and struggle, Lord.
All right,
Oh
okay.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It is hard for someone to love you if you don't love yourself. If we want the culture to break through, we got to let the Lord know ourselves. We must show more love for the things we hold, for their future is our concern. So let me love.
Yes, indeed, yes, indeed.
And believe.
Yes, indeed, of course. Boy, oh boy, Murphy's Law, when something has to go wrong, it will at the worst possible time. But of course, we are determined, we are committed, and so I think we are back on stream. Our apology, of course, we apologize profusely, but that is how the technology is. So make your calls. Of course, the number to call 337-6940. And if you want any help from us, of course, you can call us at, of course, the other number, 336-6594. My apology once again, of course, and I think we are back on stream. Dr. Khaled, we were talking about, and somebody called in, of course, to talk about the whole question of was it property tax? Was it the elections? And the fact that there is a nexus between the apparent nonchalant nature of the minister and the government as far as the new variant of the coronavirus is concerned. But people, out of an abundance of caution and having regard to what the Rowley administration did, and of course, as my mother would say, when a dog sucking egg, it is difficult, of course, not only to discourage them, but they have a pattern of behavior that you must expect. So what I suspect, just as, of course, 2020, when they were warned not to, of course, have carnival, and carnival did come, and they then, of course, went into this so-called parallel health system and got $22 billion. According to the caller, we must, of course, be conscious that that is a pattern of behavior that we may well see, having regard to the fact that elections is next year. Dr. Khaled.
Yeah, well, that's it. You see, Lennox, when people fail to take good advice and they're not cautious, you end up paying the price.
Yeah, come a little closer or talk a little, yeah.
No, I'm saying that when people don't take good advice and they are not cautious,
yes,
especially when they're acting on spite, we end up paying the price.
Right, yes. And of course, those of you who can call us and tell us if you are getting us, all right?
Yeah.
Because, of course, we don't have a technical people here, but I learned I picked up something along the way, and I was able, of course, to at least reach this stage. But I want to make sure that it is a stage where we are not wasting our time in studio when, of course, we could be doing something else, because we have a lot of work to do. And, of course, we have the ground report tomorrow, and we have tonight as well on the corridor transformation. But Dr. Khaled, are you seeing something? Well, firstly, are you seeing elections in the air, first and foremost? And the outbursts or the outbursts in the Quasi in San Juan, of course, on Thursday by the Prime Minister and other spokespersons. Is it that the PNM is desperate? Is it that they are trying, of course, to divide and rule? Is it that they continue, of course, with their aggression is the best form of defense, while, of course, attempting to deflect and, of course, have everybody branded as corrupt, nepotistic, and cronyistic, whilst, of course, they go away with the ham, lamb, jam, as we see, of course, in Balisay House. And I took note of the fact that they had a meeting with the media at Balisay House, and there were some thoughts, there was a school of thought that say, because of the corrupt money that was constructed with, and that the whole building they wouldn't be surprised if the whole building collapsed on them. But of course, of course, Dr. Khalid, I want your comment on that because it is politics after all.
No, well, like I say, I think you made a great point there. You're not going to spend $100 million on crime alone in the hotspots. But what he thinks he's saying that the soldiers going to be there and of course police to make sure that the work that have to be done would be done, and these are the guys who normally come and look for the tax and all that would have a hard time in doing that. I think they are preparing for something, and what they're preparing for is what we need to find out. I can tell you what my thoughts are. My thoughts is like election. I believe that, and we've been saying that, Lennox.
Oh yes.
We've been saying that. If not sometime this year, possibility exists early next year. The one thing I believe, I don't expect election to go down to November or December 2025.
Okay.
I'm not seeing that.
All right. And of course, Dr. Rowley's irascibility, of course, is always there. So people, we believe elections is upon us.
But that is what the parliament has become. And I'm telling you now, until the parliament dissolves itself on June 17th, you'll get more and more of that foolishness. More and more of those lies. That veil of innocence has been removed. So you can see and hear from their own mouths what they really are. These are the people who are taking this country to hell in a handbasket. But I tell you one thing, my understanding of hell is this. There's a hotter place for people like that. Because he who doeth his master's will and doeth it not shall be beaten with many stripes.
The minute you oppose my good friend, he gets very, very angry. And if you oppose him strongly, Mr. Speaker, he becomes a raging bull.
Patrick.
Yes, indeed. People, we thought it was important, of course, to give you an excerpt as to what to expect, and that elections are in the air, and we must be prepared, and they will throw everything at it, even invent a COVID. We must not be in any way deterred or intimidated or believe that somehow the PNM is infallible. I'm sorry I'm not there tonight, but let me take a chance now. It's a bunch of con men and con women. I don't like to say it when Dr. Khalid is here, but I think I need to say it at this point in time. Listen to this again. The man is simply unsuited for Prime Minister.
I want to invoke the doctor and then write him a letter. I want to ask him a question. If he knew what was going on, the other day I was passing, I hear people complaining. He is the man with the answer, but he quite over yonder. They say, stay in the Palisade. Stay.
Yes, indeed.
But that is what the parliament has become. And I'm telling you now, until the parliament dissolves itself on June 17th, you'll get more and more of that foolishness. More and more of those lies. That veil.
Is that reminiscent, Dr. Khalid? Isn't that what he is in fact practicing now? And then, of course, he was ascribing those statements to the opposition back in 2015. You see, it is important, of course, that you understand where we come from. Because, of course, he said that if a government cannot deal with crime, they should resign. He said that we should be, of course, very upset about property tax. It was a dreaded tax. A description, a dreaded tax. You know what dreaded ascribed to anything connotates and suggests that the things are so bad, that is untouchable, that is a disease, that is a pestilence by itself. And yet still, today, property tax in our tails now that he is in office. Do as I say, but don't do as I do. That is what he is telling us. And that when he does the same thing that he is admonishing others not to do, he goes and do it. And he believes that there should be no consequences for him and his government. I say that group of individuals clearly has morphed into a criminal enterprise headed by, of course, a very dishonest man who calling himself Prime Minister today. I have no fear of contradiction.
Yeah, man. Well, you're correct, Lennox.
And that's it.
You know, and a lot of people would support that, what you have said. Is a fact.
Is election in the air?
Innocence has been removed. So you can see and hear from their own mouths what they really are. These are the people who are taking this country to hell in a handbasket. But I tell you one thing, my understanding of hell is this. There's a hotter place for people like that. Because
and mind you, they could quote Bible too bad. I see, sir, a fellow who, of course, whose children and all generated havoc on the hill. St. Babs, havoc.
Yeah.
Gangsters, they're killing people. And he was the man who gave a sermon for the Morris Marshall funeral. And there could be nobody better than him. Rowley reminds me of such an individual. Rowley reminds me of such an individual.
Yeah.
A total miscreant, a person who clearly is engaged in nepotism, cronyism, and corruption, deflects attention and talk hard, and with the appropriate body language. And mind you, especially in the case of Rowley, he's a coward, you know. When you watch at the underbelly and how hollow he is, there is a standing joke in Laventil, St. Babs. When the same sir hit him one slap on Bally's house, sir hit Rowley one slap in Bally's house, and all he could do is watch him bad eye. But now that he has the cloak of Prime Minister and all of the institutions of the country, and as we see, manipulating in order to stay in office, he could jump high, he could jump low. Tobago, where he came from, ain't want him. How the hell we can want him here in Trinidad? He must live on terra firma, probably on some kind of cloud. He must throw big stone up there and live there for the rest of his life. But I suppose the fact that he sent Dylan to Venezuela tells me that he's looking for political asylum after he would have done all the evil, and we, the people, would have ejected and rejected him. Dr. Khaled.
Yeah, you're correct. You know, you're correct. But the thing is that we need to continue doing our work. I mean, you and I are working, but the opposition need to be prepared. Our duty is to tell them, listen, signs are we could have a snap election. Be prepared. And how do you get prepared? We can't go back and fight the PNM separately. You know, I've been advocating that.
Oh, yes. And that is valid, of course. This week, in fact, you'll see some things happening on the corridor to, of course, speak to that very question. And we are trying, of course, to improve. But I say we have another piece of equipment that is coming in. So these little, what I consider to be hiccups, will be, of course, a thing of the past then. But let's hear the rest of it, because it is election time.
he who doeth his master's will and doeth it not shall be beaten with many stripes.
The minute you oppose my good friend, he gets very, very angry. And if you oppose him strongly, Mr. Speaker, he becomes a raging bull.
Yes, indeed. That is the reality of Trinidad and Tobago today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get your choices ready, and I have no doubt in my mind, in whatever form the opposition is, you will have no choice.
I want to invoke the doctor and then write him a letter. I want to ask him a question, if he knew what was going on. The other day I was passing, I hear people complaining. He is the man with the answer, but he quite over yonder. They say, stay in the Palisade. Stay in the Palisade.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
People of Trinidad and Tobago, where has your decency gone? Where has decency gone? The man cried tears for the Haitian children.
All moralistic.
He never seen suffering like that. And when they corner you and ask you for the money that you couldn't account for, arrogantly said, I don't have to account to anybody for that. And he was true. He account to nobody for it. Down in Deco Martin asking to make him prime minister. And there are people taking him seriously. Serious enough to want to cast their vote for individuals. I mean, if the crowd is like that, you can imagine. Putting up people asking for your vote. You will say something like, eat belly goat, buy the figure and say, okay, I'm not eating, you are eating the figure. Not because you have a garage and you fix in motor cars and you bring a car to fix them knowing that you're clean. Asking you to be prime minister of Trinidad.
Once you are in the political arena, you are available to be questioned by every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago because you are managing their affairs. Once you are in the political arena, you are available to be questioned by every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago because you are managing their affairs.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So he contradicted himself.
Of course.
He's saying that when you question his government, you get angry, go they chastise him.
That's right. That's
You
right.
know,
Yeah. So he's a total and absolute hypocrite.
Yeah. You gotta be mindful of the things that he's saying.
Total and absolute hypocrite. So people, of course, we have the report of the Commission of Inquiry out. There is, of course, a school of thought, a recommendation that Paria should be charged. There is another scenario where the board of directors are asked to resign. Rowley, headed by Rowley's golf playing partner and the husband of Anissa George. We also have a situation where the families of the dead persons coming out of that the divers, tragic incident, have not been compensated, have not been considered by Paria. You tell me, is that fair?
No, well, we can't rest with that, Lennox.
Is that fair?
It's not fair. And we can't rest with that. That is something people have to talk about constantly.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Agree. So there we have it. There we have it, people. Of course, we need to also understand that it's going to be a long, hot 2024 until these people get out of office.
Yeah.
You are going to see on the ground report, for example, even though Andy may be a bit under the weather, but I shouldn't say under the weather, but taking a sabbatical. Let me say that. But we have to continue advocating. Our tenacity must not have anything in it looking like respite or rest. We must develop the fortification and the vivaciousness and the energy levels and standards to take it to the end, because 2025 will come. And preferably, of course, if it happens in 2024, because many were saying that 2024 wouldn't come. And 3 years ago, they were saying so much time. I heard people say that.
Yeah.
But every day, sweet, sweet Jesus, he doesn't give you more than you can carry as an individual, as a community, as a family, and as a nation as well. And therefore the nation has suffered. They have, of course, absorbed the pain and the ache and the agony and the embarrassment and the disrespect and the deprivation due to the corruption, nepotism, cronyism, mismanagement, inadequate, and of course, led by a bunch of idiots. It's an idiocracy as well as a kleptocracy, government by thieves. And they will tell us all kinds of Nancy story now to attempt, of course, to justify their existence. That is them there to justify their existence. And we must, of course, resist. We must tell them to get thee hence, Satans. And we must also be resolute. When the time comes, every single voter in every single constituency in Trinidad must go out and do what is required, just as how Tobago did. Is everybody went out in Tobago. And don't forget, Rowley is an alien to Trinidad. He's a Tobagonian. And the Tobagonians rejected him. The man could spoil vinegar and he could sour honey. That is how toxic he is. And he has weaponized government against us. And we have one antidote, one weapon of mass destruction, and that is our votes. So if there are 20,000 in a particular constituency, all 20 must go to the opposition. So that the EBC, on whom they will rely to stay in office unmeritoriously and anti-democratically, will also be taught a lesson in the process as well. Yes, indeed. That is what we are talking about here. We have just about 6 more minutes. And of course, we take your calls, 337-6940, 337-6940. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge the fact that the PNM is no good. And they must what? They must go. They must go. They must go, people. And you have the responsibility. You have the choice. We have the choice. And we have the responsibility. What is purporting to be government cannot be. And must not be.
Correct.
These are the people that have given us pain, ache, agony. I see, of course, Dr. Carnival is upon us. And I had Gypsy Peters, the chairman of NCC, is telling us that ignore the crime and criminality, and he expects a bumper crowd coming from abroad. Even though those tourists that we expect to participate in Carnival are coming from the very places that have issued, of course, advisories against Trinidad and Tobago. Let's go straight to the lines. Pleasant good night. Sorry, a pleasant good morning. Oh, gosh. Good morning. Boy. Yeah, get beads in here, boy. Beads in here, but I'm fighting up.
You're still on last night, boy.
Yeah, boy. Oh gosh, boy. First I vex. I'm still trying to make up. So I come in the morning, in the daytime, and I say good night. I don't know what I'm going to say tonight. I might say good morning. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in Trinidad and Tobago, the fundamental problem we have right now is an accountability one, right?
Yeah.
There are people in positions that don't want to be held to account.
Right.
You could take that from the government, from people in on these boards. People just don't want to be accountable. And the moment you try to hold people accountable, there is a problem. No. And you see, the issue with the police commissioner, because the Prime Minister defended her vigorously recently. No. That's why people were saying they didn't really want, and I know this may sound a bit chauvinist, but people were saying that one of the reasons they didn't want a female in the position is because if things go wrong, people just tend to want not to criticize because it's a female. And you see, we can't have that. The police commissioner is a serious position. You know, when I lost all confidence in this police commissioner, because I didn't think that she should have been police commissioner in the first place. But the government made a choice, and we had to look and see what's going to happen. But you know, when you lose all confidence, and what I was judging her on, issue with the missing ammunition, how she dealt with that. Because the ammunition was missing, and when you look, the police investigate themselves and saying how nothing was wrong and some other nonsense. When we all know how that does work, that was an opportunity for her to really go and work and show that they're not leaving criminals in the police service to operate the way that they're operating. Yet, they cover that up. And now we have a situation where confidence in the police service is at its lowest. Very well justified for that. And the police commissioner don't seem to have a clue. So why she shouldn't be criticized? Why? Why she shouldn't be criticized? Look at the kind of vicious crime
taking place in the country where men running out on a highway with high-powered rifles, shooting behind people. They're so wild that they shoot by mistake and killing people. I mean, come on. How could the police commissioner escape criticism and you have people on Facebook defending that? Whether it is a woman, whoever it is, any police commissioner at this time with this current crime rate deserves criticism, and also the government deserves criticism. And this is why it comes back to us saying accountability. There is no accountability in this country. You put square pegs in round holes, they go in, they drop here, you criticize them, they vex, they want to put you in court. Imagine Hines saying how Gary Griffith behaving like a sissy and running to the courthouse. Representing a party who does go in the courthouse every Monday morning. Them going in courthouse every Monday morning.
That's the ultimate in madness.
They want to sue.
Ultimate in desperation. Ultimate in madness.
But you are accusing Gary Griffith of going, how he behaving like a sissy and running to the courthouse. When all of a sudden, you, Fitzgerald, sue a man because the man thing water on him for about $600. You remember that?
Yes. And,
so what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
And the fella end up dying as well. I ain't casting no aspersion, but he end up dying.
Right? The man, you wasn't representing the people good. The people voiced their opinion. Before you take that under your cap and say, okay, I need to do better. You're going and carry the man in court. To sue him, I think, for about $600. But you're accusing Gary Griffith of being a sissy. You see something wrong with these fellas? But the worrying thing is that the population really not getting it. They're not realizing when you look on social media, the kind of things that has been seen that people willing to let this government escape with really beggars belief. The Prime Minister keep a press conference and of course a political meeting, and it was just geared towards targeting the opposition. I am somebody on the fence. I don't want to hear nothing but the opposition. The present administration in government since 2015, it's now approaching 10 years. I don't want to hear nothing but no opposition. You had enough time. They're still blaming OPV and this. And I mean, come on. If it is that you can't deal with the problem, then call a general election and let me put somebody there who could deal with the problem. But to just sit down in office there, blaming everybody, not accepting any kind of proper liability at all, blaming the UNC, blaming this, blaming that. Come on. Come on. But
go ahead.
Here we get the government we deserve because it's the population fault. Because if the population was standing up for its right and holding them to account, then they would have never behaving the way that they're behaving. Yeah, my friend? Take it.
I agree.
Yes, indeed. And I was intimating, and I was intimating as well, that it's not, you see, they are not patriots. They claim when they breach the principle of patriotism and by way of foreign policy and so on, we saw that, of course, very poignantly with how he dealt with Maduro and the Americans and that 50, what I consider to be first world countries, richest in the world, backing, of course, a different candidate or the opposition in Venezuela. Rowley he went as far as to blame the opposition leader in Trinidad as being unpatriotic. He went that far.
Yeah.
And look today, they have crashed the economy. They have lied upon lies, whether it be, of course, the non-implementation or the implementation. You can't even know. First, you are confused. You are now in a state of discombobulation or total flummox. You don't know if they say they were going to or not going to, but what we know, not is not, and yes is yes, or no is no, and yes is yes. Well, they said they was not going to implement property tax. They said they were not going to implement subsidies. They said that they were not going to close down Petrotrin. Before that, Rowley told us that sandals was, of course, a game changer and that they are not going to depend on fossil fuel, or they are putting things in place to diversify the economy through tourism as the first stage, and that $500 million was supposed to come from sandals to put into the treasury. What has happened?
Yeah.
I'm making the point to say that if they were patriotic, if they really love Trinidad and Tobago, they would have called an election already and get the hell out of office, but no. So you are left with the fact that they are criminals. They are miscreants. They are there merely to line their pockets when one looks at the amount of recusal as far as this cabinet is concerned. The amount of course, decisions that were made with respect not only to Petrotrin, because Rowley was in the center of the fake oil, but also of what they did and continue to do with the assets of CL Financial and, of course, Clico. Understand what is happening. And they dish it out to their friends and family and, of course, themselves. So they don't want to live there. They don't want to live there at all. And will also pretend that they got there by their own skills and, of course, deviousness and malicious behavior, and not by you and I, the electorate. They will try to make you believe that too. You must know. You must accept that them gone mad. A pleasant good morning. Welcome to the corridor.
Yeah, pleasant good morning, Mr. Lennox.
Good morning to you as well.
To you.
Yes.
Good morning to you. Good morning to Mr. Khaled, and good morning to everybody on the live, everybody regionally, internationally, and locally. So, Mr. Lennox, so we start to see the police busting down, and our people, like, Carnival cleanup start, you know? Carnival cleanup start. This is not for the citizens, you know? This is for the Carnival. This is for the 1% to make the money. That $100 million where you going to invest, it's not for the protection of the citizen, you know? That is just for Carnival. Because we know in that $100 million is a kickback. So I just look on and listen, Mr. Lennox, and I want people to understand.
And elections.
Yeah, that $100 million is a cleanup for the Carnival. You see, they don't start to swipe out people already, individual who they feel is the troublemakers. They start to swipe them out one by one. Big police raid and this, and $100 million. So let me see how that $100 million divided. We know it's going to have kickback. And who they going to pay to say, here what, hold that, and then your goons and them hold on for Carnival, and after Carnival you go start back. Mr. Lennox, look on it.
Yes, indeed. And the rational, reasonable, true patriots of this country listening to us and know that we are not misleading or in any way unrealistic. It has happened already. Under Patrick Manning, they regale these fellas and treat them at Ambassador Hotel. I was a part of the team from the community perspective who still had some respect and regard by those elements. And they had asked me, of course, to be part and parcel of that transformatory team. Because they went up in a big, of course, should I say, exercise in St. Babs. And they confessed and they said that we were part of the problem and we want to be part of the solution. And then we went up, of course, to Mayaro. Lakis gave us the use of his beach house for a weekend. And we came up with a 500-page document for the transformation. And when Manning and them saw that the organization was taking place, and the form was the beginning, of course, to show that them fellas and them are organizing and prepared to transform themselves. I don't know what transpired, but suddenly, the government pulled out of the whole exercise, the last of which was when we were at the Holiday Inn. I know, I was there. I was part and parcel. You will see my name on the document. I'll bring it tonight. I have a copy of it. I'll bring it. I probably the only one that have a copy of it. And we were generating by the community, of the community, for the community. And suddenly, funding was withdrawn and support was withdrawn. And next thing, they were killing them fellas and them. Rennie Paul, Sean Francis, and those in Laventille Road in Santa Cruz, all of them perished by the gun, including, of course, Sar's sons in St. Babs, perished by the gun. I say to you that was done already. And what they're going to do now is, of course, try to kill out or discommode or make immobile or ineffective those fellas, including, of course, killing them. But they're so stupid, it was done already. It means, therefore, if Rennie Paul and them were wiped off the scene, who were the leaders in them days? It's just about 10 to 15 years ago, about 15 years ago. Then, you must know that there are leaders waiting in the wings to take over from those who they would kill out. So you're wasting your time. The $100 million will go to zero. What you need to do is to find out and to go into the communities and seek out people like Dr. Khaled who are doing work of human development and augmental nature. That is what you need to do. Look at the fellow who, of course, is in charge of the community group, whether it be in the area of culture, dance, and so on. Whether they are engaged in sports, are doing it beyond the call of duty, because we have people in Mova and other parts of the community that have connection with universities abroad because of the years and the serious nature that they take their responsibility as far as getting the talent and, of course, making it blossom to the ultimate. We have people in the steel band movement who can, of course, still teach and have connections abroad. Those are the people that you want to deploy in these communities on the ground for real time and of course, convenience, as well as because of their presence, they are able, of course, to deliver quickly and with, of course, the assurance or the confidence, as opposed to an official from the ministry of whatever to come in there, or even the army to come in there, waste of time. You're only, of course, suspending the inevitable recycling of the same problem. And it will get worse, especially if you decide to put $100 million into the fray. You're damn fool. You have to find people like Dr. Khaled and let them expand their programs. Let Archbishop Burke expand her children's program. Those who have demonstrated an ability to, of course, hold the community together and under difficult circumstances and exposed to the damage to their lives and their limbs. They find ways and means.
Yeah.
They find ways and means. And you'll continue, of course, in that vein where fellas who just see a project down the road and see it as an opportunity and then, of course, start a tax. And you say that that is your solution to the problem. You're damn fool, all of you. All know nothing. I keep saying that. And Dr. Khaled, of course, finally, because we are 13 minutes past already, I think we have given you back some of the time that we would have lost. But there's something called psychological and social capital. Let me repeat and define. Psychological and social capital remains the price that the society must pay to keep the peace. In other words, the mayhem and the havoc that is being, of course, experienced where we're living in a Russian roulette environment, where, of course, anybody could be collateral damage. We need to be able, of course, to spend money in areas where that could be alleviated. But this government believe that they have all the solutions. And so Hines will go to Bard Street and St. Paul Street as Minister of National Security, expose himself and the fellas there thinking differently, because they know the fact that you come to them, it means therefore you want something solved, and they have something that you want, and they are going to, of course, temporarily put away the guns. Temporarily put away the guns.
Yeah.
That's what they will do. And then when that resource is dried up, that 100 million is dried up, the whole damn cycle continues, because the fundamental issues have not been resolved, meaning that the community antagonism and the enmity, they don't even know that there are whole families that are warring each other, and they are living in close proximity, one up the hill, one down the hill. And that is a generational enmity, a generational war that has to be addressed, so that the proximity of Laventille and East Port of Spain to the main seat of power and the commercial center, the main commercial center of the country, if we can, of course, placate and ease that and make the people recognize that they have a role and responsibility, and that the policies are such as Kamala Prasad Bisesa and they did, and of course was successful in reducing crime and criminality when they were in office by a multiple of measures, including telling the people in East Port of Spain and so on, where there is a acute need for housing accommodation.
Yeah.
And you tell them, I'm going to give you those apartments that you occupied generation after generations for $100. You know what you would have done to boost the ego and to boost the economic prospects of that area? You know what it is that a person getting that apartment, and let's say around Carnival time, they empty one of the bedrooms and they invite the tourists to, of course, stay the duration of the Carnival, and you talking US dollars, but more than that, they can take it and, of course, go to the bank and have collateral so they could start business or assist their child or children in going to school where it is deserving. That is what we are talking about, not them nonsense I hear them talking. Not even, of course, and I want to say some of the ideas that has come out of even the UNC effort, to me, is blasé, is normal, is pedestrian. It has been tried and tested. You need to get into the community and you need to find those persons like Michael Morgan and others who, of course, have been working there and delivering on across the board, such as Dr. Khaled, doing work. Find them and give them the blasted money and let them expand their programs so that we can settle this thing once and for all, because what you are proposing is ephemeral, is temporary. Dr. Khaled.
You know, you're correct. You're correct, Lennox. But you see, what it is that I want to go back to when the UNC wanted to give them their apartment for $100.
Yes, go on.
They allow the PNM to talk them out of it.
Yes.
Now the PNM have plans for that same place there.
That's right. To move them out.
Yes.
And created further problem in that process.
Yes.
To the whole country. Because when you put them everywhere, what you think going to happen?
Yes.
What is happening now?
You're spreading the kind,
it's like butter
making it worse.
on bread. Like butter on bread.
It's making it worse.
Yes.
Because when you had most of them in a particular area, now we're spreading them throughout the country.
Yeah. We told them containment.
Yeah.
We have that in a document. 100-page document. You saw a copy of the letter there that Manning sent back. Look at here. This letter, that is in response to, of course, a proposal put 1,000 pages we sent. I think so. You think the recommendations and the report of Selwyn Ryan had a size? Has a size? No. We did it ourselves, recognizing the problem. We have a lot more to talk, people. We have solutions that are sustainable, not them knee-jerk, fly-by-night, ephemeral, temporary, transient type of what I consider to be ineffective and, of course, hairy-fairy, been there, done that, failed proposals that Rowley come up on Thursday. He suddenly get this, he suddenly get a eureka moment, a sudden burst of brilliance and bring back the old. Sudden burst of brilliance and bring back the old. And then by sheer epiphany, he could get $100 million just so, because his political stocks is now waning and he wants to remain there to continue to do us evil. Yeah. Dr. Khaled.
Yes, well, he's claiming that he have this great concern for, and then remember they're spreading it in the black communities. So they will be talking all the blackness.
Yes.
They're concerned because I heard one of the supporters, but he was actually throwing it for me. No, he said, I expect them to say that he taking money and giving it to the black man now, and then this and that, and there, so expect them to come
of course.
That line.
And the response is clear, people. When Rowley was talking that kind of black talk when he was in opposition and they beat him, and he was talking that black talk when Kamla Prasad Bisesa instituted a state of emergency in 2011. It's very important that you understand the date, because that was in close proximity or just after the 2010 elections. And therefore, she would have inherited a crime situation that continued in her administration, and she sought to do something about it. Rowley is saying that a state of emergency will disrupt the economy. So in other words, he prefer you're dead to, of course, to enjoy something that you will never enjoy if you're dead. Because that is what he's suggesting. That, of course, you're going to get money from the economy. So don't call a state of emergency. And therefore, when you're dead, the money could probably go to he and his bunch of idiots. That is the kind of thinking I'm thinking. But Kamala Persad-Bissessar inherited and she bit the bullet. But the point I am making, that Rowley was up and down saying how they capture, and he was a bit, what I consider to be reserved when he was talking about that particular state of emergency. I noticed that he never said black fellas were rounded up, but he went on a different course by simply saying the country, the taxpayers are paying the bill all now, with respect, of course, to sues or court matters that came out of that particular issue. Why do you think he's saying that? Why do you think he's saying that? He's saying that because he doesn't want to say black, because he would have to explain why it is that the same African community is the one that is occupying some 90-something% of the jail and remand spaces in Trinidad and Tobago. That is what, understand that. The same group of persons that was the subject of the SOE and his nonsensical, platitudinous, and self-righteous indignation, intervention, pretending that he loved black man. But it's the same black men that are in the prison today, occupying in this, if not more, under this administration, and more than that, more murders they have been committing than ever before. 3 times you break the blasted record and want to tell us what? That you have $100 million to do what? And going through the same process again? Boy, let me get these people out of office as quickly as possible, because you won't be able to reconcile or to put Humpty Dumpty are talking about Trinidad and Tobago together again, you know. Understand that?
Correct.
Dr. Khalid, your closing remarks.
Yeah, well, people, it's always a pleasure when we come here. Today we were a little short because we came late and all that, and we apologize. But the thing before us is very serious. And we have a task before us to come together to solve the problem of Trinidad and Tobago, because we are losing, we continue to lose our young people. And this is something that is no joke. I mean, finally, Lennox did make a point there that we have our young people, young men of African descent, are in the prisons more than anybody else. They are dying, killing themselves more than anybody else. So when you put $100 million, you have to put $100 million in a way that we will get real results. And you have to do meaningful things, give them skills and things like that, and something that we will expand on next week.
Yes, indeed. So people, we have come to the end of today's, of this morning's program.
Lord, light of my people.
Yes, indeed. So people, we have come to the end of this morning's program, and we will continue, of course, this discussion tonight.
Good for nothing. Too much a good thing, never enough. I don't know why my black people cannot see. No party never care about we. Every election we so devoted. How we love up the PNM. As soon as election come and go, is only problem after problem. How could we cope? Man lost their work. I see no solution. Every time PNM come in power, it takes a toll on black man. I don't want to sound like a racist, but this is what I can see. They just take care of the race, cause they damn well know they have we. I want to ring my bell, wake up Eric Williams. Tell him the party funk him, PNM needed immediate attention. Ring my bell, wake up Mother Cornhawk. Tell she to cast a spell on we party, cause it's not what it used to be. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there.
Oh, sorry about that. The mic was on, but today's one of those days. Let me just say, have a wonderful rest of the day. God bless. Don't forget tomorrow morning, Andy, Mikey, and myself, because Andy taking a sabbatical on the ground report. But tonight, we will continue with these and other issues. See you tonight, first up, and then tomorrow morning on the ground report. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye-bye. Our apology, of course, for the glitches that took place today. But Murphy's Law, we didn't plan it. But when something has to go wrong, according to Murphy's Law, it will at the worst possible time. Have a wonderful lunch, and we will do our best as well.
Wake up Mother Castell. Every Monday she preach on WAC radio and is the biggest critic of Calypso. Ring me bell for Patsy and Joni. I want them two cultural lovers to know not only PNM song is Calypso. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there. Crime will never stop in this country once black people belly empty. How could a man work in CPEP, maintain his whole family? All you say the past regime was so bad, so much wrong thing they done to we. Now that PNM take over, white poor people going hungry. When PNM win, all African grin. Now we get back we country. All they doing is complaining and ain't doing nothing for we. The mess already made, don't sit in the shade and ponder on we problem. Get off your ass and do it fast and find a way to solve them. I want to ring my bell, wake up Randolph Burrows. Tell him among all past police commissioners, up to now is he I prefer. Ring my bell, wake up the Lord Bryna. Tell him the state of Calypso today is a good thing he passed away.
What is democracy? What is human rights? And to whom is it directed? Suspend the Constitution, lawlessness out of hand. And under this Constitution, there could be no prosecution. It looks like this Constitution is not for the law-abiding man. Only criminals and crooks, to get them off of the hook. Good people must have no fun. They have to be.
Your vote will decide our destiny. Your vote will decide what you want to be. Your vote can foretell our country.
but the size of but yours is a small building.
Yeah.
Kind of subliminally prove to Trinidad that he was victimizing our different.
Yeah, well, but more than that, he set up a member of his constituents to get killed.
But who constituents? I was hearing that, but who is that?
He called a fella name saying that he told him that they was to put lights in a particular part of the constituency, and that fella come and tell him that them bad boys say,
He call him man name.
yeah, the bad boys say, no, no, he can't put no lights there. But I said them gone mad, I tell you.
10 people now send this moribund indication. She have had me podcast. She would have mashed up the whole argument in 15 minutes time, so I'm not feeling that.
Yeah, she is, you know. Sure.
Yeah, people now send up here. Same thing. What do you want like in one document and you just
No, I doing two. So it's basically both of them will be the same. Just that his will be slightly different because you notice they file it two first dependent and second. Second dependent says so and so and so, and the first dependent. So yours is the first dependent. So once I complete this first one, then the second dependent, the DV just is to cut and paste and to take out what has to be taken out. You giving me copy? Yes, man. Very good. Yes, man. That's the idea, man.
more deadly. That fella's teaching money from you know how much he has.
Oh, yeah, he could eat milk from coffee. It's coffee in it, you know.
Yeah. But I'm doing a good thing, man.
Yeah, he's a boss. Like Dr. Khaled, you know, he's a boss. So this is the point I'm making that $100 million that Rowley touted today, that's for more election campaign purposes. Been there, done that. That won't do anything. What they're doing is the same thing that was tried before. So,
$100 million.
Yeah, that $100 million. That waste of time.
Wait for the live data. What's your name?
I ain't see it yet. No, what she say, essentially?
She bought everything. In a kind of sense, I don't study Rowley.
Oh, yeah, African dog.
Yeah, that was what she said. She said, eat that dog.
No, but Rowley, you know, he asked that. He knows that. So he's going to cost something.
What's purple about it? It came from I just say, a black person. She had to be going and she old.
Yeah.
And she...
Trinidadians had to see Rowley as an alien. They see him as a Tobagonian that was thrown out by his own people. He's a nomad right now. And that's how the concept must go. That's how the narrative must go. He is simply toxic. He will, as I said this morning, he will spoil vinegar and sour honey. Yeah.
I can't spoil that.
And he do that. Yeah.
Your wife was explaining that she just do charity work and anything, man.
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. Everything on the program itself, every Christmas, every Easter, we doing something for Carnival. Easter coming up, Baptist holiday and so on. Yeah, but that has been my thing, you know. All my adult life in Lavington and so on, that's what I used to do. Nobody could tell me about these parts. Once you're talking about these parts, Lennox Smith itself, the Heinz claiming the technology center. I say, boy, no, boy, that's my idea, boy. You're dread too thin to think that far. Yeah. I there was a the Rumbun there, and when Ganga Singh was the Minister of Tertiary Education, he tried to listen. We see that ideal to centrally located to deal with those youths and them who playing the fool. They are training facility, but we was called the inner city training facility. When we put all the documents together, and I remember when I spoke to the Minister of Tertiary Education, the same fellow from about the bureau, he was made that at that time. And I went in, he take it off a desk, he take it off a shelf, and he said this. So the Prime Minister asked me for a project for Laventille, and you know, it's timely because look, it's just a kind of thing. All right, okay, it's in good hands. And I go on, but I dare not claim what I'm claiming now then, because they will have scrap it. See? So I stayed out of the whole process. So we had everything in place. Yeah, and Heinz. So they changed the name of the facility, but that's all that happened. But in terms of the idea and so on, yeah, he too myopic for that. So I just claim it now, right through now, because I can afford to, because it did. And they're not doing it as how we had proposed. Any program you're doing in this part, you must have a critical community component. And once you don't have the community involved, and the community here doesn't necessarily mean Tom, Dick, and Harry. It means the shakers and movers now, who are respected in the respective sub-communities, so that the bad boys will still deal with them and respect them, right? That is why they're there. And they could still talk. Like I think when Sean Francis was around, Sadiq Bash tried that on me. He was in charge of URP. So a fella who connected to URP, they organized and they mash up the van down inside Never Dirty Day. So I make a statement on it was carried by the Guardian that URP money must not be used to promote violence. So Bash felt offended that I say that. So he called me. But I had a URP project too in my facility and on the other side in Coconut Drive to help out with the teachers now, because remember we training young people. You see, bottom line is Smith, since URP money must not be used to facilitate bad people, removing the gang from inside by only. I say, well, it's not me, I'm our guy. He says, Smith, don't give me that shit. I have other people to account to, and so on. It's not me. And I had to find a way to tell him, but don't move it because we need the funds. He thinks so. He called Sean Francis and give him instruction. So I'm going up in Europe yard. I said, well, I reached by the gate now. Sean Francis called. He said, well, Smith, you were brave to be here. I said, I've been brave. I understand that. We don't have that kind of relationship. So I called him one side by the wall there with me, and he alone could talk because they had the pride. And I say, listen, when I make a statement saying that URP mustn't be used for violence, I really saying that it didn't have enough URP gangs so that you could ease your head. But you in charge, and you can't supply everybody with the limited thing that they're doing. But if I say that and you get more gangs, I say, don't forget me, is a way you have to do it to make them understand. Bad as it is, and as ferocious as it is, you could talk with them, but there's a language that you have to use. It's always something beneficial to them, and they must see the wider picture. Look, when we get the newest school in Laventille on the hill there, one of them from Paradise Heights and Never Dirty and so on, they come down one day. Mosai got the contract, boy, and they talk about Bacchanal. But I caused the school, provide the land and everything, because the government has given me a piece of land. I say that's the better thing, greater good, so use the land. So they acknowledge me as that. So they send me a copy of the plan and all that. Hey, I give a fella the plan. Who is living not too far, but he's also a builder as well. But he going all over the place and is heating and this and that. And this and that create conflict. From somewhere. Come down on the man place. Most I write him and just tell the man that the people want not he give it up that contract. I go talk to he though, but before I go talk to he, I had to talk to them. So I go in everybody community. And I see, fellas, apart from the work that will come, I want you to think. If you have a school in Laventille that was supposed to be there, but as a result, people have to find money to send the children to school in town, etc., etc. But let's see what happened there. More pressure because people ain't working, but more than that, a fella could now buy a new car, and because there are more people coming into the area, off route, for example, they will be able to make an extra dollar because most of them driving somebody else's car. Yeah, somebody else's car. That's right. That's the point I was making. Then I see, well, at the same time, with the presence of the school just outside the gate, people could put up their little makeshift and sell, if it's Tulum, wherever it is, and so on, and have a little cafeteria and so on, and therefore hustle taking place. And as a result of that economic spin, so the school itself must be a priority to construct. Must be, because our children going to school and town, and the parents, or yourself, going to have children and want, of course, school placing right in the community itself rather than having to get that expense because nobody walking on them. That's how the school building. That's school building. That's how the school building. But nobody will take the time to go and talk to them kind of fellas.
But it's like what we was saying, when Kamala would have made that statement that she supports us a state of emergency to solve crime. And I'm saying that Marsha would have come and say that she doesn't understand who writing Kamala's shit. And I'm saying that's the whole problem there. Same thing you're just saying that nobody would take, if she was taking the time to know and introduce herself to people, she would have never say something like that.
Who would not say that?
Kamala. Because she would have been tuned to understand that so after the state of emergency, what are you going to do after that?
No, well, you see, to be fair to Kamala is speaking from experience. She had a state of emergency. It was successful. It achieved the objective. And then they implement a plethora on that period. I remember a project that came out of the PNM that I was instrumental in organizing. The TFIT, they call it MLI, and they proposed that to her. They launched it in the beta without me being there. So you see, so it have the technology said there. A project like that, again, you see where it come from. And they implement it. But they can't implement because it's not theirs. But that is my problem. Take for instance, when Life Sport is a good program, because that is what we're already going to do, you know. He going to do a life sport kind of program, you know, and give it a different with $100 million. What do you think you're going to do? Is that what you're going to do? That's the only thing they could do, because I wouldn't know. But there are other things that they don't know that could happen. When home invasion, I talk about 2009, you know. Martin Joseph asked me to address the National Security Council. All them big twatty was there, who is acting commissioner, but all them fellows was there. And I told them about what was happening in Navadotti. That's where it started. And when time for question time, the horseshoe-shaped table I here with a PowerPoint presentation and so on. And when I finished, I asking questions, and all of them were shocked to know that kind of home invasion thing was taking place. None of them knew. So all them things them talking, and including is a good exercise, but what is coming out of there? We did that already. Much of it. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what is required. Let me tell you what is required to sustain this thing. First, legislatively, only one piece of legislation you want: parental responsibility legislation. It does not mean doesn't mean that if your child go to school and they cut somebody, that you will be charged for what he did because he's not a child, because he's not an adult. No. It means, in this context, because you have it, if you research it, you see it in California, and Hawaii has the worst, in that the parent is vicariously responsible for whatever act of a criminal nature. Parental responsibility legislation. So, what you do in the context of Trinidad, you say that if the child has to end up in court, both parents must be present at the hearing every time he has to go to court. What do you think that will do? Tell me. You knowing that your child... Let me hear you.
To act responsible.
That's right.
Not make the child in a bad way.
That's right.
Because they will miss days at work too.
You're going to school. You're going to find out how we doing in school, he or she. You're going to parent-teachers meeting. You want to know who you walk in the street with, he or she. You want to know how she going back home. You want to make sure all, because you don't want that situation because it has a financial cost, even though you are not in detriment. But if you don't go to court with that child, there is a penalty for you. Yeah. And that's that's the piece of legislation that's required. Now that deals with to come, because that's preventive. But you have another problem in that those who are already engaged and are not subjected. So that's a different scenario. Go ahead.
So I agree with you.
That's just the legislation I agree with
the principle.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think that people are so frustrated that they still wouldn't go. All right, I'll give you an example. Right? This week, I went to a medical facility in San Fernando. And I was watching at the amount of, not to sound richer, I was watching at the amount of East Indian doctors and medical staff and professionals who went in and out of the hospital.
Yeah.
With the same school system as in African neighborhood. I'm thinking to myself, if you have the same school system, why you don't have the same amount of African professionals? Because that there is a factor of crime. The reason why you don't have as high level of crime in Indian, East Indian communities, because those people who are afforded the opportunity for a better life.
Good. That's it?
In the African community now, they don't have that. People don't understand the value of education, so they end up doing menial jobs, always looking for some other way to supplement their.
But let me tell you.
Because we had this conversation in paraphrase, what we call systematic racialism.
Yeah, but this kind of conversation is critical, because you know, and it's not to. It's for conversation purposes. Yes. It's for exchange.
No,
we're not insulting or not like that.
That's not something I would want to say in the media, because then you will have the sycophants.
What we say is that.
And making it look ugly.
No, but I'm saying to you that is a simplistic way of dealing with it. No, it's not that. In the 60s and early 70s, the best doctor was an African. Yeah. The banker to a lesser extent, but certainly the best lawyer, etc., were Africans. Right. One. Right. Two, in the same period, CIC, QRC, Fatima, were the scholars coming out of to come on the national scene and to take charge. In that same period, along the East-West corridor, it is these Africans that were populating these schools. So, where you have taken the argument is where it has evolved to.
Why? Right now.
Right. No.
Right
Just
now.
I'm saying, yeah. So you have it right now.
Yeah.
I'm saying that you have to go back now and understand that and understand where it came from so that you could go back to what was right then. And then, of course, you could begin to implement solutions. You see why?
But if you have those same people being in government,
but I come in there.
how can you have the same people who are successful being in government and then their people end up at the bottom of the line?
I come in there.
It has to be systematic.
I come in. No, it's not systematic. It is an evolution based on those who would have acquired power,
right, like Rowley,
and became like Eric Williams,
right,
and became short-sighted,
like Manning,
and exploited their own kind. It is called
If
pseudo-racism.
you have the leaders,
No, pseudo-racism.
If you have the leaders being in charge,
no, they ain't plan it so. Systematic suggests to me that they had a plan.
Yes, they had a plan.
No, they didn't have a plan. It evolved that way.
I believe everybody had a plan in it. I believe it had particular.
You know what a plan?
Had a plan?
The Indians had a plan, not the Africans. The Africans was leaving
where the Negroes plan?
Helter skelter.
Where the Negroes plan?
The leaders abandon us.
Yes.
The point I'm making. The leaders at every level, at the political level, at the local government level, at the family level, at the community level, at the regional corporation level, and you could go on and on.
Yes, but the PLM has been in power for the longest.
Right, because
and have had the most amount of money at the
right.
and the most amount of
Yes.
personnel. Then how could you say the people is the government? Because they have been in charge.
I'm not saying the people, you know. I including them because the final. Why do you think I'm doing this?
Right.
Because I accept that it's the PNM that caused this.
Right.
So let us not. So we're on the same page as that's concerned, right? But the point I'm making is that you're talking about the situation as it is, but there is an antecedent that led to this, and I'm showing you where. When the Indians and them were wearing sapat and going to school bare feet, and Eric William was saying that they had a cow shed and so on.
Right.
These fellas will go in QRC and etc., and of course being the best doctors, lawyers, etc.
Yeah, but what have they done?
It turned them against us, you know.
What is that?
When they started reaching a certain position, they do what the Africans should have done. Should have brought in the friend, the family, and the thing.
That's right. That's what has happened.
They capitalize on a situation that we should have done capitalize.
That's right. That is what has happened.
The same
the African man abandoned his own kind when he reached in position. That's what has happened.
Your friend we had on your program this morning is a typical example of where we have lost but he is now trying to correct that.
That's right, exactly. Yeah. Because all of us, what you doing too? We are attempting to do that.
I represent the Douglas who is both African and Negro.
No, it doesn't matter because it is not necessarily a racial thing. It is a reality. And that you have to give kudos to the Indians. Right? Because as I say,
where did Negro kudos?
It once was. It once was. We had it early.
According to somebody I listened to recently, where the Negro sat Mirage fighting with the Negro?
That's right. They have because they have dissipated. Right? But let me tell you something. Yeah, let me tell you something. You see that document that Kamala was bandying about with Selwyn Ryan and recommendations and so on that the government failed to implement and so on. Let me tell you something. When she made the announcement, she gave them about I think $1 million or so to do that. And I say, but how your terms of reference mean where these youth come from? The part of it is where these youths come from. He put so much of shit in that it was more academic, you could say, but probably you're looking at a European country or something like that. Because you just want to make up pages that look like to earn $1 million. But I remember very distinctly that he wanted to come up Laventille Hill by Despers to talk to us because we had what's called our elders group, and he wanted to talk to us on the subject as part of his research and so on. So the same day, the Spurs was toting pan, I think, trying to get off the hill, and while it's going down in one of the alleys, they kill one of them. So that news spread. So we say, well, we there and we waiting. So we are accustomed with that. He say he ain't coming because somebody there, and he afraid that, so he come. So the very man, right? So the very man who you deploy, right?
Who you hire?
That's right.
Your own people. He say he not coming.
He not coming.
And John Hines
And
made
he get
this
money.
statement just this week when he say that a resident call him to tell him.
We are not talking about
this. We don't talk about
He realized what he said.
Set up the man to kill him.
He's so stupid.
Yeah,
He's responsible for our committee. And he's saying that a resident called you to tell you that certain street that you're working. If you're responsible for that community, why are residents going to tell you that?
But
why you have to say that there's a gang leader who why you have to dirty the community by saying or trying to give an excuse why TNT can't come? If you responsible for that community, you understand? The community should be in such a way, but nobody should be able to pray to go in there, and you charge the 10 years now. We talk about that gang leader. So the gang leader more important than you then.
Yeah, but let me tell you
this. The MP?
Yes, I'm telling you yes. I'm putting it to you with yes. But let me tell you this. What is sad about that statement? Not what you're saying there. What is sad about the statement that he set up the man to death? Not the gang leader. The man who gave him the information, he's an informer. You see that or what? Well, I tell you. That's right. Well, I'm telling you. He's an informer. He's an informer.
He called him a name.
Call him name too.
But he was saying that we didn't say he's an informer, but it will well.
No, on the ground, he is an informer.
No, what he is saying is on the ground.
Yeah, he's an informer.
Can he make that kind of statement? You're calling that, and he knows that because he's from here.
That's right, he knows. But I think that in the microphone before he face, they have this kind of
That's the next thing.
thing and say.
You can't go on the media and say because it opens yourself to now say that there's the kind of individual or there's the kind of community that it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the point that to me is irrelevant. The thing is that he ought to know the rules.
He don't care, boy.
Yeah, well, he's safe, but the other fella go dead.
He don't care.
Right? But the thing about it is that is the reality of that place.
For all you know, he must have said it deliberately to cause strife. He is that kind of person. Could be that too. I wouldn't put it beyond him, but the place is in a shambolic state. Let me tell you something. There is, if you go right on the Nelson Street, all right, you know the other side of the square? There's the other side of this square out here, right? But let me tell you something. Put a road halfway, running from east to west in the square. That is how close Nelson Street is to George Street. But more than that. Yeah, I had a bar on the corner.
Wait.
Park and Frederick.
All right, okay, right. So all right. So you know the area. Well, Prince Street.
Right.
Prince Street, right, is the east to west street, right?
Right.
And Nelson is a north to south,
right,
as well as George Street.
Right.
Well, everybody who lives north of Prince Street cannot go down south of Prince Street on Nelson Street, and vice versa.
I know Barrett. I know
Sosa.
Yeah, that's right.
Prince Street children.
That's right there. No, not Prince Street. The whole area, but they divide it out. They divide it out based on where they live.
Right.
It have plannings on my side.
I know. When I slept for Spring Shop, what was that? I didn't know it come down.
No, has always been so. In Mango Rose, they stay on top the building and shoot down to Nelson Street, because it is a higher building. You have all them fellas in them like Yeah. So it's a very complex thing, but I say it is solvable. But them fellas cannot do it because they don't understand what is happening. No, they cannot.
It's not that they cannot. They're not interested. You see, because that situation works in their favor. It keeps a certain number of people ignorant, needing, beholding. It works in their favor.
Yeah, but it's to your detriment as well.
Yeah, but they don't understand that because they're in survival mode.
How it could be when if you put $100 million, the $100 million will be done.
Yeah,
and the cycle continues.
You know what you may have forgotten? You may have forgotten the years when you would have gotten a day work once in 6 months and let that carry
No,
you
the
through.
point I'm making is that you take the same money and you could have them eat for the rest of the
but they're not interested
of their life.
in that.
Who they not interested?
The government, your friend, Dr. Rowley, he's only interested in keeping them there in that position so he can use them how he wants them.
Yeah, but you don't think that if he does it the other way, that the same thing would be achieved and everybody will be happy?
If everybody happy, they can cheat, right? They give them options.
And isn't that a better thing? What difficult with that? No, there's a Machiavelli kind of...
Yes.
Oh,
yes, and it has worked 60 years going, so why change it?
Because it is waning. It's waning, you know. The PNM continues to deteriorate. Eventually, there will be no more, you know.
And then you will find a new model.
Well, the new model has to be that greater equity, recognition that you have enough resources to spread. Because you see, it is not a society that is an abject need. You're not like Grenada or St. Vincent or one of them countries.
They just make it all to look that way.
But this is what I'm saying.
They purposely not develop the resources so that everybody can have
All right,
equal opportunity.
Look
at yourself.
Let me get the crux.
Right you are.
Let me get the crux. Let me get the crux of the matter.
If you were living in the States, you can imagine the kind of professional you would have been.
I know. But let me tell you the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is this. That the PNM attracted, particularly after the 1986 election, a bunch of hustlers from Manning come right back. That's what has happened. No.
They have always seeked.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it has intensified. And notice I'll give you a date, 1986. Why? No way Manning could have been the leader of the PNM before 1986. No way at all. Rowley could I ever see Balize House. I feel like Rowley. Because you would have had people like Errol Mahabir, you would have of course, John D, you have Padmore, you have all these fellas that were summarily, of course, terminated in 1986. Up came now Manning, and of course, who remained? Manning, Maurice Marshall, and Donovan. Manning saw an opportunity just like Rowley. You see, Rowley is what I consider to be an aggressive and more barbaric Manning, a more barbaric Manning.
But he's charismatic and smart too.
He's not charismatic, but he's a con man. Because what he is doing is if you look at it, is not cunning. That is breaching the law, etc. How are you cunning? And at the end of the day, no, I'm saying he achieved the objective of being in office.
Yes.
But I'm saying the methodology, he has no charisma, and that he's prepared to engage in criminal behavior in order to be there. But that is not sustainable. The same thing happened to Hitler too. Everybody say Hitler was the brightest thing since sliced bread. Everybody say that about Mussolini. Everybody say about Saddam Hussein.
No, you're saying that it's not sustainable. They understand it's not sustainable.
No, they don't.
But
if you're in it, you wouldn't believe so.
What you're speaking about is years passing, you know.
Yeah, but it's not sustainable.
If you're in it, they ain't seen that.
No, once you're in it.
No, they know it's not sustainable, but they know.
No, they can't know. How you gonna know when you're getting ham, lamb, and jam, and tomorrow a man will say, look, he's a thief, And only say, well, you could talk where you want. I do not seek confidence because I going to the bank tomorrow morning and my thing for you could talk how much you want. That's how them talking, you know.
Yeah, but they're staying in office.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not systematic. The point is that they don't know.
They know.
They wouldn't consider it. They believe that they will die there.
No, that's not what they think.
Right,
so they know, or they suspect that the next election, general election, they will lose, and they are willing to give it up. I'll tell you why. Because they know that the population is at a point where they can't take any more.
No, but they're not prepared to give it up.
Wait.
That's the big difference between you and I. They've given up nothing.
All right, let me tell you why.
People take it from them.
All right, so let me tell you why
they but give up what? No matter what. They want to give up that.
So let me tell you why
they give it up a long time.
They will give it up. They will give it up.
Go ahead. How they give it up? Because they're forced to give it up.
They will give it up
to
give UNC a chance to take it back.
No,
no.
All
right, let me put it this way. Put it this way.
They are assuming so.
So the Prime Minister would have done what he would have had done to put Ola there. Now that the public is saying that you don't want Ola no more, he's going to New York to get somebody else. But I am saying that was always the play. To put somebody here, to always bring somebody from away.
No, well, don't give them all that credit. I mean, they're complex. Like, for example, intervening in the PSC and stopping Gary Griffith from becoming the next commissioner. He's good at that. But when he's confronted, like when the UNC knowing now what they're capable of, shoot impeachment in the president's tail. Never happened before. And he come and confess now. But the intention was to, of course, have that and then, of course, present himself as Lily White. The same thing with going with your limited and your emaciated numbers in the parliament and postponing local government elections. And when, of course, the people council take a turn and you have to, of course, say, but the intention was to leave it so and then do as best as you can to try to win back all those seats that you would have lost, etc., and look good and give yourself time. It didn't happen. So some of the things that are fraughted, but to say that they want to give up, he want to give up where if he want to give up, he'll give up already. But the thing about it is they can't give up. One, I tell you, they can't give up, and they don't want to give up either. Can't give up, don't want to give up. Why they don't want? Why they can't give up? Because they know it's jail in the ass. Any government coming there. All right, okay. But you see, I mean, we have a difference. But I'm saying I have a master's degree in criminology, and let me tell you something. The blatantness with which they have operated, the entire cabinet, is the cabinet that took a decision to close down Petrotrin. Ostensibly at the beginning, of course, they told us that there was a 800 and something million bullet payment to be made, and the coffers ain't have it, right? All right. Fate will have it that Patriotic decide that they will buy because they close on the Petrotrin or refinery in the process. All right. So they had that bird. So Patriotic decide to buy it. Giving you upfront as part of the proposal, $700 million. You as the government, you're owing and you close down Petrotrin or you reorganize it in the way that you have because you're owing $800 million. What you would do? What you would do? All right, let me tell you what you're going to do. You're going to take the $700 million and you're going to have $100 million to owe your creditors. What them fellas did? They tell them, it's all right, take 5 years, 7 years to pay, even when they say, I had the $700 million. But you go ahead. That is in the public interest. That's where I come from. But I'm going further. The reason why they closed it down is because Dr. Rowley himself was intrinsically involved and his name would have been significant, and they believed that the party would not be able to withstand the scandal, right, if you want to call it that, of the fake oil matter. You see? So the entire cabinet was made to agree to do something to the detriment of the people. Now, I am seeing in that particular matter alone, integrity in public life, act being breached, criminal behavior, corruption, not just misbehavior in public office, but also the perversion of the course of criminal justice. Because remember, the fake oil matter was supposed to be pursued regardless of how they orchestrated the
outcome with the thing.
yeah, that
With the sale.
no, not the sale. No, the A.V. Julin got an award from the arbitrator. In spite, why? Because Rowley put his personal lawyer as chairman of the legacy company to manipulate the whole system in order to provide the information to cause the outcome as it was. And you see a growing pattern. If the opposition could get the Privy Council to railroad Rowley and them back to square one, to come back to democracy, to not disenfranchise people, you think when they get into office that Rowley and them can get away with them blatant thing that they do? They watch and see something.
But Lennox, this is something that you can't see on your show. But it have bigger players with interest in us not being a country that produces oil, but not having a refinery.
But whether that is so or not,
whether that is so
no, it has to be, because whether that is so, how does that augur or compare?
Price that they want to buy that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you see, you're going beyond what I'm talking. I'm saying the public's interest does not conform with that decision.
Of course, if you have a refinery, it means you're making money. If you don't have a refinery, it means you're making less money. It means I get to buy your products at a cheaper price.
No, what are we talking about here, boy? Because I'm telling you that you got 700 million. You say you had 800 to pay.
Right.
You're getting a deal where you're getting 7, so you don't have to study that again. Tell me now, what you're talking about?
You're leaving out the BP part in the play. It is in BP's and Exxon interest that you don't have a
But then
refinery.
you're reinforcing my argument that you're not acting in the best interest of the people.
Yes, but you're saying it.
You're acting in the interest of BP, not in the interest of the people,
that is why
because you're getting more. If that is not the case
and that's
for the
why
people,
I'm telling you that they will never prosecute Rowley, because you always have those fellas who control the Privy Council as well.
no, them can't tell them
Where's
what
Privy
to do.
Council? In England.
Yeah, but they
And where's
can't tell
BP head office?
They can't. Otherwise, we're telling me that
The same way
that the Privy Council.
It's our judicial system. You feel like
No. Well, let me mash up your argument. Let me mash up your argument now. Then, if that is so, then are you saying that it is not real that the Privy Council say call blasted elections? That what you're saying? Because this is there, because it was in their interest too. It was in Rowley and them interest not to call it. So you tell me about the influence the Privy Council. They can't influence the Privy Council. Me accepting that.
What I said, that they're going to give you next election.
No, they're not giving. No, they shit on themselves and they fall on their own dagger. That is what happened there.
They shit on themselves. They strangling enough that you can't take no more. So what they're going to do is give you a UNC in who?
No.
And then they give UNC a chance, and they in the bag of making mischief, and then they
all right,
come back after 5 years to say,
all right. Are you talking like one of those who just pull something out of the hat? But you have to be logical. All right, so that happened in 86 then. That what you say?
I was in politics.
but there must be a rational for you saying what you're saying, because I will never mind in history that I will believe you if I was satisfied that happened in 1986 when they
long before that. It happened since.
No, 1986 was the only time the PNM, the first time the PNM.
Eric Williams. And that happened in Trinidad alone. It happened in other Caribbean islands, Jamaica, Barbados.
Yeah, but
Africa.
I can't focus on anybody else. I'm talking about
yes,
our
but
situation.
The same thing happening all over the world, where you have people of this skin color who have resources, but the countries are in dire need, and the money always ends up somewhere by somebody else. Somebody has to be facilitating that.
Yeah, but and I agree with you in terms of the external influence, but I am focusing on the people themselves who are conscious, who are nationalistic, who are like you and me, right? You are not going to accept that, and you know that that is wrong. So that is what I'm talking about. If they are influenced,
we are in the minority. Know that?
How we are in minority, and we have one man, one vote, which is the majority of us. How is that possible?
Because the majority of people here today.
Yeah. You're saying they go force them to go not to vote?
Last night.
They go force them not to vote? That what you're saying?
The most popular radio station in Trinidad today go display what they play? Dancehall. Everybody hold your corner and the clip in my hand. What is that saying? It comes back to the same fractioning of the community.
Yes, but they are conscientious. They are conscientious. But they are conscientious citizens who know that that is wrong, and they are in the majority.
That's why you have that program there.
They are the majority.
That's why your friend left his home this morning to come here with you to continue the fight. But what I'm telling you, we are in the minority.
No,
because you know why? Because the people who have the most amount of money and resources and personnel fighting all our way, including the society, and then they have outside help as well.
But how that becomes a minority or majority in the case of us? How we become a minority when the majority of us have a one man, one vote?
Because the majority of the people are afraid.
To go and vote?
They are not educated to understand the perils that they are in.
Right, and that's where we come in.
Yeah, and that's why I say.
And let me tell you something. For the first time, that has happened.
And then let me tell you the worst. Let me tell you you know
and that's why it's so powerful. That's why I expected 28 seats for the opposition.
Because of social media.
Yeah.
But let me tell you,
we can't spend any time. They give you 2 minutes and say, well, look. I remember bringing Robinson up in Laventille, and Robinson, a great man, said, well, Mr. Smith, the way the people know about not to come Laventille is because of the desperation press. So I end up in the editorial the next day saying that it didn't have no other newspaper, the Express I think was saying, it didn't have no other newspaper that has focused and assisted MLIO or Mrs. Smith like the Express. Totally oblivious to the fact that if a fella never come to Laventille, but he from Guaya or he from somewhere far off, how we know not to come to Laventille? We don't know to come to Laventille. So I talk the truth, and them of course suggest that they assisted me tremendously, etc. When in fact all I was saying, balance the damn thing. I'm not saying that what we are having here, what we have in Laventille, not bad, but at the same time, where there are good, you then of course make that your priority, but they make priority the negatives.
And that is my problem with Fitzgerald's speech this weekend. Why did he have to paint Laventille in that perspective? Because I'm sure he knows about the good people.
Yeah, and
so
he had a choice, just as the newspapers.
Why did he paint the canvas like that?
No, I agree with you. And he had a choice, and he preferred that, right? No, I feel like if I have to use that, it has to be for an object lesson purpose. I would say, well, listen, this is like, say for instance, Maurice Marshall came up when we had a graduation some time ago, and then he started to attack Morgan Job. how Morgan Joe could call people in Laventille
Yeah.
swines and so on and so on and so on. So when you sit down back, I say, let me tell you something. Don't ever come back here and talk that kind of talking. Because what you are in fact saying in my interpretation is that the people are swine, but don't call them swine because there's people. I would have wanted you to go further to say what you are prepared to do to bring so that Dr. Joe will hush his cunt. That's what I expected.
Why you bringing? Why you bringing?
Don't come and you know what? That was political.
Yeah,
To make the people believe that you're sympathetic with them and you love them. It's the same thing what Hines do in Beatham. That's why you get water in the tea. It's the same thing what Rowley do on Emancipation Day back, and of course in the Beatham. He just go and say, look what they're doing to black people under the SOE. But it's the same Africans that occupy the prison then, occupying the prison today.
What you are prepared to do about it? According to
Yeah,
you,
but
why
only deflection, and you have the treasury at your disposal.
But that is what I'm telling you. That is what I'm telling you. The persons who have the resources and the manpower to fix the problem are not interested in doing that.
I can't, at the same time, why is I saying I can't see it, you know? let me tell you. Let me tell you.
You have to be objective in your heart.
Yeah, but you see.
Always see all them things.
Yeah.
You can't believe it.
Yeah, because you see, if I, for example, was PNM, I would have get my programs going.
More than that.
But I would have been...
More than that. You might have a ministry underneath you.
Yeah, but emasculated in the sense that because of the pettiness of the leaders, they see you more popular, etc., etc. That's how Maurice Marshall get tired.
That you seem motivated to represent the
Nobody.
Why is that? It's a job that you're...
No, because the leadership of the PNM, the leadership of the PNM is one that says, do as I say and don't.
So nobody there care about. Nobody there don't care about it.
That's right.
Nobody.
It's a bunch of hustlers. It's hustlers.
And
Keep
that
them
is what
where
we
they
spoke
are.
about.
Yeah,
when you went back to say, when you were talking about the Indian success and the Negro downfall, and you said, coming out of the 18th, the Negroes were ahead in every respect. They still are in the position that requires the thing to change. They are not interested in doing it.
Well, again, there's a conflict because if it's the very Africans that were there when they were bright, and they're still there when.
Still right, you know?
Wait. I'm talking about when they were blossoming. Not that they don't have.
I have a bicycle on my breakfast on my phone, but ready.
But that latent.
And then walk outside and jump in the Benz and go.
Yeah, that latent, that sleeping giant. Sleeping giant. When
the public utility minister say, only have to be a little more careful and eat pie once for the week. What do you mean by that?
Well, who he was referring to firstly? Everybody?
No.
No. You are referring to the poor man.
That's right.
You understand that probably could have barely afford.
That's the only
you understand?
thing. That's the only thing. That's the only psychological statement that can make a fella accept his position. Because the fella who have, he ain't accepting that shit.
No, and that's why I said.
But it's to protect him from
trying
to get from me who have. He tried to tell a fella, accept your position.
Yes.
Don't come with no gun and to take my thing from me.
Is to try and accept.
Who said that?
But that is what that statement is. It's to appease the fella who you mean who said that? I mean, it's to appease the abject poverty person who may pick up a gun, go physical and so on, and say, look, accept your position. Whilst I eat everything. And I will tell you as well, the other day I ride a bicycle to
it's a position where I could put more squeeze on you. I know right now.
That's right.
Yeah,
I agree that.
I know you're only eating half a pie right now, but here what's going on. Try and eat two
If
macaroni instead.
if you get two macaroni, don't be surprised. Accept your position because that is your fate. That is your ultimate.
And when you put that person in that position, he can't listen to your program. First of all, he don't have a phone with him.
Yeah.
So he ain't hearing you at all.
Yeah.
And it makes him pushing your content. Then how is that person, if, as you say, he can't go to school on time, or the household doesn't provide for him to leave to go to school, then what kind of, if he can be as bright as a partner here. And if the education, you don't afford yourself to be able to afford that education, be able to that opportunity, then what would you become? Then what kind of income would you be when you come out of school? If you come out of school, what is your you end up in a gang and then they fund it and they keep you there in that circle. You seen it? You see the spiral?
Yeah. But the thing about it, I still
this morning you feel anybody from the 6 to see you?
It's not a plan.
It's not a plan. But it working.
It working for them, nothing.
Yes.
But it's not orchestra. It's not. You see, you know, if you go on the next planet, you know, and you see some kind of machinery, you say, well, look, you know, some intelligent force had to be here, you know, to put this together.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of them, is a almost unwritten script.
It's not unwritten. It's written.
Unwritten script.
Yeah, but
it is not in their interest.
Yeah, but the following it to script, man, and
yeah, it is written.
Oh, we end up in the fact that
it is written. It is not. It is written because you know what?
We've been in government for about almost 10 years, and before that we was in government. Why?
We're in government 60 years. We're talking about 10 years.
How we end up down here?
And you know what? Why it's written? Because it's not only happening in Trinidad and Tobago. It's happening in Jamaica. It's happening in all the countries where that skin color is prevalent, where you have plenty resources. So it is written. And it's a systematic thing where they take persons like yourself, bring them up, educate them, and then they send them back down with a mission. So they beholden to outside, not inside. That's why you can't get representation. Because they never went for the first place for that.
Yeah, but the people and them who come out here, I don't think them know about it. Alright, let me say the thing Fitzgerald, hypothetically.
Right.
Educate him and send him back. I don't think Fitzgerald is the man that will know about a plan.
No, he don't know
but
about the plan.
He kind of following it kind of way because he was bred in that kind of sense.
Yes, and if you don't have your brain power, and there's some people could only operate as to the reading on this page, you know. They can't see the other page on anything. You are a person that would be able to see on the floor. But if you use them for Fitzgerald Hine and they say, go and tell them what on that page, he tell him what on that page, you know.
Yeah,
because you know why? Because it satisfies his need. He going to live where he want, he going to do what he want. He don't care if they keep water on him. As far as he concerned when he go me.
Yeah, well, we said that already. 30 pieces of silver, yeah, that's all. And the opportunity to.
So the worst man is the bourgeois nigga.
Yeah.
You know what it comes like to be? Like a whole African proverb that say, a spoon cannot taste soup. So to be food with knowledge. And the mere factor that these men and them is being used as instruments.
Yeah, but you see that conspiracy theory at that level up there. At that level up there, it can be because, all right, let's assume the government change, as was the case between 2015 and 2010 and 2015. And it's a different ball game?
No.
But it's not a different ball game, it was the same thing?
Same thing. Because you know why? Because it's still a system with people who can be influenced by money. You could go in there with as much good intentions as possible. Only very
no, but I'm talking about survivability and equitability.
Only a very slim few like yourself would survive something like that. Would be able to maneuver yourself out of that. The majority would take the money, take a house in Miami, and do their shopping outside. And then come back and say a few words, eat your piece of pie, ride your bicycle to work, and bake your breadfruit.
But I mean, isn't that human nature? But the
Yeah,
bottom
but
line
you have been in position.
yeah.
If you're talking about human, why you not in Miami right now on a beach?
I hear you.
Why you didn't run away with the money?
I hear you because I'm making the point that it's because the majority of them are not hustlers. Majority are not hustlers. You see, it's the hustlers and them that is creating the problem because they would not come into the exercise without being first assured or hoping that, of course, their position will be tremendously improved because they ain't expecting that they never had an opportunity like that. They may want to leave that work, and as a result, the corruption and the nepotism and so on.
Yeah, but it starts before they
envelop them.
It starts before they are hustlers. It starts from in school. When they offer you a scholarship to come away, it starts from there. They're watching it from there. They're waiting.
The standard being with Gary, and that could only be a PNM.
Of course. You know who go benefit from that.
Yeah.
They don't wait till they reach in office to attack you. They're attacking you since you're in school.
Yeah.
They indoctrinate you since you're there. They bring you up, they educate you, and then they send you back down.
Yeah. And I hear you.
Of course, those are things you can't say on that mainstream because you're something like you're talking about aliens.
Yeah. But I know.
But then there has to be an explanation why a country like Trinidad, a country like Jamaica, a country like Guyana, a country like Venezuela, a place like the Congo have so much resources, yet the people live. A place like India live in poverty. And then you have places with no resources at all, and the people live at the upper excellence.
Leadership and consciousness and.
Why a country like Switzerland can say they could produce the best chocolate in the world, and not a cocoa tree can't grow in your country? Then where you getting the money from to do that? Where that money coming from? Why a country like Trinidad, who has the largest district in the world, have some of the most terrible roads? Where is it? You understand? Mm-hmm. And other countries should boast that they have asphalt engineers. So how come you have a pitch like but you don't have an asphalt engineer? But a country that imported your pitch have asphalt engineer. A country that don't produce cocoa telling you that they can produce it. We have Belgian chocolate. What are Belgian chocolate? Cocoa can grow in Belgium. But you boasting that this is a Belgian chocolate.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So
conditional. I hear you. I understand the dynamics and the economics.
We sell oil wholesale, and there are places that don't have oil that have refineries run by private citizens. Mm-hmm. People buy oil, refine oil, sell oil products. We have oil spills right around the country, and people walk in it and quarrel about it, not knowing the millions of dollars at their footstep. Look at the amount of swamp in Trinidad. And we can get water in the tap, and all you need to do is then clean the effluent water. Yet we decide to take water from the sea with salt, get hypertension and drink that. But blue waters could supply the whole country with water. So blue water. So how come blue waters could get water to supply the whole country?
From a well.
From a well. But you.
And you won't come from.
I tell a man that it's about as possible. He can't understand that.
It's a fact. And it's something wrong because Wasa can't Wasa is responsible and can't provide for everybody.
No, when I was talking to their partner this morning, we were talking about the music class and that kind of thing. All the children just getting the police on the streets and that kind of thing. I say yeah, that's coming. But I have a problem with it. So where's the problem? I say, well, you don't think agriculture in plastic containers would have been more sustainable? So you have people from the army and police and I say, yes, that's coming. You know, you're looking at it. But what we're looking at is not only occupying them, we want sustainability. Right? So what they're going to do with all that music that they're doing? Is there an avenue for them to make an income after all that? No, there's not. If it is that you want to do plastic farming, PVC or plastic bottles and that kind of thing, you could then use the same money you're begging people from. If you're really trying to pick sweet peppers and swag and all this plastic, and you have a big space there, you could then use that money to not have to beg people to fund the same, and then those same children now could then learn what they use doing there and take it to their homes and do the same thing and set up themselves as entrepreneurs.
Yeah, but you know there's a lot of doing, eh?
Well, that'll start something.
Yeah, most of it start. But I don't see music and so on and so on as no. I'm not seeing as necessarily something that you ought not to pursue, because the society needs everybody. So I don't expect everybody to be, for example, when they open up the technology center, it was only PAN, and I said, but everybody program the PAN. We program alone had 11 different projects. I mean, different components or modules in
and
it.
that's a problem I have with, you see these backward, barely surviving community, and the money that they were looking to spend in the community is behind our pan side.
Yeah.
For 2 months out of the year, and the rest of the time fellas on the block.
Yeah.
And then they have lots of arable land, lots of sunshine, lots of water, and nobody invested in it.
You could take them there too, but nobody. There is, you see, there's a lot of motivation. So, but I tell you, the NAR had that program. It was a national program, and I used to see people running down to the main road to hop Ministry of Works transport to get up into the country to do things, because as far as they're concerned, country never exists. All they know was Laventon and so on, and some of them end up becoming farmers. Yeah, I hear you.
You could do farming in here.
But it's investment, you have to invest in intelligence.
Most plants are $1 for one.
Yeah, but you have other infrastructural things you have to use.
Like
what? You have to get water. You have to get if you're doing hydroponics, you have to get, of course, the PVC thing. You have to get the material. You have to get somebody to cut it.
His brother has a home yard. He doesn't use all them things about them. He just use scraps.
Right, but he has land.
No.
I assume.
All he has is 2 feet of land inside of the house.
And he doing what? And he making a handsome profit from that. That way, say.
Chinese show you that all the time. They do farming in the
yeah, but that's for subsistence. That's for them to eat, but they can't make money with it.
Yes, but if you start off with subsistence,
unless many of them doing it and and somebody collecting.
Yeah, if you start off
paying.
Right now they're planting fruit trees in container. If you start off subsisting yourself, it still adds.
Yeah. But you have to,
from your expense.
Yeah, but you have to like it because remember, it's not that alone would sustain you. Variety is the spice of life.
But isn't it better than learning to play football or learning to be playing?
Yeah, but the fella going to play football, he feel that he could end up in Manchester. You can't vex him for that. You know, but I know they could end up there. No, he feels so. If he feels so, and mommy feels so. Anyhow,
let us think that man.
Yeah. So let me finish up. My only problem is that boy, you got a conference in the morning, because what happened is I had to go and get ink in the morning, so it didn't make no sense to, because I had to give them five copies.
All right.
So I could just do the thing. I think.
Can't get no copies today?
But I give him something. Today? No, not copies. I want ink. No, ink. No. Yeah, but they ain't gonna have that ink.
What kind of ink? Is that HP?
HP, yeah. It's what, but if all you can find it, all you find it.
That's hard.
Yeah. So I'll have the entire package ready in the morning for sure.
So when we come up here, see now we done file that on hand. So we are not go back to the same place and file it.
Yeah.
For the balance.
Yeah. Where do you find it in Sando?
Yeah.
Princeton.
Princeton?
Yeah,
Princeton?
Yeah. What happened is that San Fernando moved to Princeton.
Oh, I see. All right.
It's sad, no, but
yeah, no problem. Yeah, all get before lunch tomorrow, man. Yeah, you go sing, yeah. But other bind it and all that. It's not like this, you know. It will be like this. It will be well bind and all that. This is joke.
If I was living, I'd be able to tell you that.
Wait, that is a joke thing.
Yeah, it's a joke.
How about this place, boy? In movie town, the excellent story.
Nah, they may open till Sunday, no?
Yes, it's open on Sunday evening. It's open Sunday till I was expecting you, man.
Yeah.
When I going down on the beach down there, I was passing there.
But I mean, and would they? But I say you could try it and see. Yeah, it's up to
Yeah,
you.
but what is he?
I'll give you it.
What's the number?
I'll give it.
What's the number?
It's not
It's not that we don't enjoy your company. I know you're just trying for me to come back.
Yeah. Oh, nah. You can't take out nothing here. Yeah, no. Listen, let me get the bottle.
But it was sometimes to move it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do that too, but.
Alright, okay. Well, we'll come tomorrow.
All right.
Because you may be getting it, still won't get it because you want to go back and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, shit. Tomorrow is Monday.
Yeah.
yeah, tomorrow Monday. So.
Tomorrow, I don't want to sit on tomorrow.
No, we'll come Tuesday.
No, but I want to stay within the frame.
You see? There's what you're looking at.
Oh, yes, buy it like that. Nah, they wouldn't have it like that. They wouldn't have it like that.
Not the cartridge.
They will have like the number. They wouldn't have it like that.
Not the cartridge.
So where is buy that?
This again that bicycle.
Sickler, right here. No, Sickler what they were buying like that.
Yeah, they will probably so
the good thing about Sickler, you don't have any fixes.
So you see, I'll be able to get that in the morning.
I have about 5 or 6 printer, but I don't know about the fix them. But if I live in Portsmouth, I just drop it in.
Yeah, they good. This one given a little problem in terms of the ink going to the system. I don't know why. So I had to use this alone, and then I have anyhow the printer is alright. So it's to get the it's just to get the ink and the. No, we within, but
let's check. Let me know this.
When was it? The 20-something. When did you file that on?
And then the same to her. You didn't.
Yeah, then check it off, you know.
Let me check it.
You didn't send my email. I didn't get the email.
You sent it to you? You sent it to you?
I go have the original.
So when we left here,
I'm going to do that.
did you in the after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, no problem.
Yeah, so it was done on the
Okay.
on the 29th.
All right. 29th on.
And what date is that?
29th of January.
How you could be 29th of January?
Today's 21st.
So how you could be 29th?
No, we processed it on the 29th.
Or when?
January.
Oh,
No, December.
December.
Yeah, what are we talking
Still,
about?
you had this whole week.
Yeah.
You had this whole week.
Nah, let me think.
You have at least until about Friday.
No, the date on it was about the 27th or something. So.
The next day, not so?
Remember?
Yeah, but Tuesday could be alright.
Huh?
Tuesday
No,
could
but
be
what I
alright.
said,
You have until Friday.
The date on the document the 27th, but the day it was processed
Not so?
is the 29th.
Yeah, but Tuesday could be alright.
No,
Tuesday
but
could be
what I
alright.
said,
You have until Friday.
you have this whole week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let me cater for Tuesday.
Yeah, let me do it for Tuesday now because.
Cater for Tuesday. So I will have the entire document ready for Tuesday, right? All five copies, and so on and so forth, right? So
How much you have here?
Well, this freaking thing is real thing, but use all the discussion, man. I ain't asking all the point. Me asking all the, me impression all the other, use all the discussion. That's how I drop it. All I mean one thing, you never can tell where you go be, where I go be sometime in the future.
I see me as the prime minister, so I see me coming to you all the time. I see myself constantly.
You know, but this nice, you know. This
you mean the dialogue?
This nice.
Oh.
Yeah, the dialogue and this
I
nice.
mean that nice, really.
Meaning that I don't think he go want to respond after he finish, after the response. I don't think he go finish. He go feel sick. He any lawyer.
And what compounds that is the mood of the population right now, where they're not in the mood of the PNM. So for he to bring that, they wouldn't want that kind of
thing. Yeah. And the you see is what this shows essentially that he's thin-skinned, and nobody would see it as defamation if you are in the public domain and they have a right to make a comment, and especially if you're in the media like Olio. There is a comment that only have a certain amount of laxity to do that. So to say that because you say for example how families must operate, and he not operating as a family man, and you feeling offended about that. I mean, how that defames you when your job is to see about family.
Because how you can say that you don't know that your mother-in-law and your sister in a disagreement?
Yeah.
And they are both constituents of you. And one calling your office to complain to say that the other one victimizing she because she say, you say, or she said that.
And that come to a third party, and the third party relate it.
To try and get this situation resolved.
That's
but
right.
Instead of you trying to resolve the situation, you bring the third party to court.
Yeah. Yeah. And saying that
you're responsible for the entire community.
Yeah, that they defame you. That thin-skinnedness. You are not a serious politician. Yeah, but that is what you have to point out. You as the third party who has been brought up to court as the defendant. But I think when he reads it, he would see, he and the lawyers will see the folly of that. I can't see.
I think they're trying to. And I don't think that they thought or they knew we had resources like you.
Yeah, I feel that's what happened with plenty people do that, you know, because they believe that you have no response capability. One of my lecturers used to say, response capability. They feel that they don't have.
But let me take that one. You think to say that. I know it come like I wasn't studying it about when coming up to this deadline and make me agitated.
Yeah.
No,
but you get for Tuesday.
I do it as a brain, so you understand that sometimes I will be here and I'm not creative at all. But the minute that I'm feeling some kind of pressure on my back, it has animated me in that kind of sense that you're going on. It's a kind of different feeling.
Yeah, I thought I only had to glean the pre-action protocol letter, but I realized I had to deal with every single sentence to make certain that they get what they're looking for. Otherwise, that will be in the back. There's a way to do it as well. Marks, so and so and so, AB or whatever. And then we can move from there. That's how we do it. Yeah. But there's a lot of blasted work, but it's all right. You guys, and I want a tick document too, you know.
Make mention to the recordings too, because to submit evidence like that after the fact of the BRS.
Yeah, big problem. Yeah. You had to add application to.
Yeah, all them kind of I want to go through that. So better we do it now.
Yeah.
Before, because.
And put everything in it.
Put everything in it. So they can question the fact that alright, yeah, other thing, and then they asking the witness if that prove it, and they will say, nah, them loyal, them. So they should have 90 court.
Yeah, but we could do, the recording itself. Remember, they don't have it already. So you don't have to put that in with the document. You could reference it, but them would know.
Just reference it.
Yeah.
So we don't know.
Yeah, well, it starts from the beginning because that is the subject that caused this to happen, which of course is all the airing of something that he don't like. But it's not defamation in strictest sense. You see, defamation. Firstly, the third is how the third party interpreted. Like, for instance, you would see where I put anybody in the local context wouldn't see that as defamation because we're talking about balance, we're talking about information that the ordinary person would ignore. And in other words, worse yet, you as the parliamentary representative and as a politician in the public space, you're thin-skinned if you are offended by things like that, to the point where you're talking about defamation. Oh, so yeah, I have the concept. I have the full thing there, you know. I have every single thing you have here. I have it. So what I do, I'm going through it one by one. I'm responding to each one at the end of the paragraph, so that so you're thorough. So you don't want to leave any loose ends. All right. What I could do, I could take some help with the ink. If all your money.
No, I'll drop it back to you.
All right, well, go on and drop it back. If that ink will cost about 500.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. So that will be good. All right. And we can move from there.
Let's walk on the corner and come back.
Yeah, all right, no problem.
Oh, you wanna wait for me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me talk now, man.
You rather talk to me that?
Yeah, you too damn argumentative. He means well. Yeah. And that is good, you know. You have to keep people on the P's and Q's. Yeah, that's what it is. You want to keep them Q's, get to it. Yeah, you get for Tuesday. I ain't talking. I ain't studying Wednesday, Tuesday. I will call all you. You will see how nice it will be. Yeah, that will give me enough. I should have enough money to bind it together now. When I finish with them, that is how it has been. It'll be real nice. You have to ask the question, who do that for you? Who is all the lawyer?
that they are kind of fair and so on, because the mere fact that I see when I write back the lawyer,
the appearance,
the Margaret Alert situation.
The what?
The Margaret Alert, not the magistrate. Never answer.
Right.
They never answer back.
Right.
That's right. Why? And even said no.
But in that case, they don't want to publicity.
I don't want to polarize them. So when you're polarizing somebody, the public does tend to think the same.
Yeah.
There was a state with I think with Roosevelt, but Roosevelt is operating in the campaign, the opposition, and then he said, tear him down. And then he say nothing. And then close to the election, he make a statement. Now they're whipping and then they start to talk about the dog, how the dog does be a thing. And he come and he say, now, you abuse me, or you abuse my wife, but oh God, how do I abuse my dog? You understand what he doing? So he respond to them, and the public look at all what they saying as a joke. You understand? So when you keep on attacking somebody like that, they tend to look one sided.
Yeah.
So
Rowley was fallen, he dagger right through it.
I don't go by the office and stand up here and say, well, you know, I come to ask for you about the thing that I ask for your client to be a member of the program, and we never respond. What is the reason for that? But I said, I mean, go down that road. Yeah. And just leave.
That's right. I think you would have made a respectful friend, if you could say that. But respect for sure. Whether it's friend or not is a different story, but certainly respect. Because they know it's not to tackle, not to interfere, not to respond, you know. So, so that's all right. That's all right.
Leave it as that.
Yeah, leave it as that, man. Look, just if I kind of call them, they just so. Some people gonna put out some people out there, but I did the letter for the guy. Run up by the lawyer. So all right, we will take them right through. The people who own the places they have a lawyer among them too. So we say, all right, she come in the place to put out to tell him to he had to leave. We send we go into the magistrate court and we send them one of those thing to keep a distance. So they realize it's serious business. Next thing we going after the freaking she license. She ain't gonna want that, so she go back off.
She go back off.
Yeah, she go back off. Yeah. She
might give them
yeah.
She might give them advice from the background.
Yeah, she could do that, but we will know she
will make she self-present.
Yeah, but we will know so we could pull allegations. You know, she had to go in court and prove it. By that time, she lose all kind of clients, and there's nothing she could do to us. Yeah, you do. So I don't go on that. The greater good. Yeah. That's always something. That's always something.
I realize that when the intensity of the conversation start, they get quiet. But the reason why I just leave here because you had that part with the knowledge. So know that yeah. Like me. I born in Christian. And then I understand that right now the message is that this is the last day of the living. Although from a religious activity, I consider it to be so, but that don't say I should stop doing anything to try to change the landscape. Although I had that in my subconscious, but at the same time, let it be known that I must go down like that. If it happened 2 years from now and the Goja winning, it was still gonna it will be considered as something.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, all across the world, when I study things like how the Rockefellers and them would have paid the Rothschilds would have had this monopolies on these oil company and things like Standard Oil, where they would have buy up all the train tracks, the train station and everything, and manipulated from outside. Now, there was people that we saw just like him. Yeah, these men and them, something happening, how it is, all our business shutting down, they're making money. And they had no proof in which they could have proven. Could I say anything about it? But it's only now that the documentary and thing coming on. Man say, boy, that is how to take it. I believe conspiracy have its place to a certain degree and no further.
Yeah.
Because I listen to a woman who does call and talk about my guru and thing all over the world and on our program.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I believe nobody never attack her is based on the fact that, you know, there is a strong possibility that may be so, but although you can't prove it. But it's not something that a man who trying to shape public opinions a particular way will talk in the public. Yeah, it'll be more like a Edward Burdiss. That we use the situation in front of us, things that people could see, feel, touch, and calculate a message now. You understand? Probably of similar idea. You can say, you remember the last time, that is what I'm talking to.
Yeah.
So they cannot say.
Yeah, so the plausibility is so potent. Yeah,
that they can't say, but
yeah, that is
it's not like that.
That's the approach. You know, but I must have my facts before I say something. And if I say something that I'm not certain of, I will have to use the relative adjective to say so. So you know it's not me, but you know you can put your head on a block whenever I say something. That is what it is. Mikey does be on the program too, and I just listen to Mikey. And why is Mikey's songs? Let me tell you, if I listen to Mikey, song intelligent, songs as though he knows what he's saying, but I think he come across too as a comic. That's a colleague, colleague. And as a consequence, you see, that will take away a lot of his credibility as far as I am concerned, in terms of relying on that information to take action if I have to rely on it, you see. So there are people like that.
Well, I study the whole system. Now, when I was listening to Ayala, now as the time Ayala busy, I kind of stop sometime about something. I listen back to the live broadcast. And you know what I tell you, right? Now, in terms of Mikey delivery, right? Mikey start off as very that you know what he's saying, rather than die down.
Yes, right.
You see the dying down part is what the public does watch. So not all that convinced. Start up with the hype and then stop.
Right. Because you see, knowledge is crucial. Yeah. And if you can sustain that momentum. Yeah. Like one fella tell me, he says, Smith, boy, you just want to bring out too much, boy.
You have to be able to sustain the momentum.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that is what happens. And then your choice of words as well has an impact as well. And you know, if I say a man is a blasted rapist or a pedophile, there's my assessment, because I've never gotten it anyway. A Spanish fellow called me in St. Augustine. He said, come on and talk to me. See, man, see, will you saying about Rowley there? Is the only way to get rid of him. He said that. But you see it.
Andy doing it, but you only say with Andy have this either sustain it. Either sustain it, so people could relate to him. You understand?
But they relate to him. They relate to him at a certain level. The grassroots will relate to Andy without question, without fail. They will not be the intellectuals, and then they will tell you, God, right, I want chewing up the English language, boy, and this and that. And you hear them, so extraneous things now. But that is our audience as well. So that's how we are able to capture everybody, because I will deal with that to the 3%, Andy dealing with the majority grassroots, because them is the ones that have the voters as well. So notice when we promoting an event, Andy does take over, right? Because he's the man to, because the grassroots and them big shot people ain't coming out. Yeah, they're not coming out. So we had a leafy, because I see area, and he just tell you too. He just says, that's my area. We're getting involved in that more. So on air, it's part and parcel of the selling of the thing now.
Yeah, but you know what? That's what John wants, right? None of them fellas will sell that. You is the man that sell it. You know why? No. And out that time in statement like that, really certain public will say, well, he's embarrassing Lennox.
That's right.
You might say, boy, he's a passionate man. Yeah. You know, and he's passionate about what he's saying. and he'll structure the whole thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's how I will protect him.
Now, outside it, if you don't do something like that, and if you leave that confrontational atmosphere, you understand? Now, I might call and say, yes, Andy, that's what you have to do. And encourage it, because they were going on. Sometimes them is operative too.
That's right. And promoting subversion to mash up.
Yeah, you're right. You understand? This is what grassroots people.
Yeah.
And now when you go from there, you take that chin up. The program crumbles.
That's bad, man. That's bad. You understand?
The outside concept is broader than that.
With Anya and that shit. But it's important, you know.
It's important.
So in that mood, you had the good cop, bad cop scenario, you know. And we move into that mood one time after the program, and he was saying, what, Smith, but you pull him out and I won, but always I had to pull out. I had to always pull out.
No, People don't understand that now. Even say with my father, I was telling him that sometimes you might see me say something. Go pay no mind because guys everything. Look last night. I say what was from getting a serious problem.
Right.
Yes, and because of the factor that he understand, he have money and he want to show up. He want to get out in a particular way. I said, no, you understand that one bad report. I might say a bad report about you, and it create this chain reaction that they can't come out of. You will fight your way out of it, but you can't come out of that.
Yeah, the reality. You had to lie down and think and strategize, and you had to solicit people who you may not want in your business as well in order to take the chance. You know? And it's so risky. But that's the reality of the thing, because about swaying public opinion. That's what we selling that.
Well, when I read about the campaign Napoleon, Napoleon don't ever you have a plan in that. That's why I get to understand from the biography. But digest it loosely. He doesn't watch plan as a river.
So
like
flexibility, yeah.
So when you see that kind of force, don't try to stop it. You direct it where you want it.
Yeah. And if he can't get to you, he make sure that he generates a strategy that you will never think of, like going over African mountain.
Yeah.
Pester with snow.
Pester with snow, yeah.
So he come from behind and look here, but
and the strategy used today in what we just call guerrilla warfare is about setting up, not having a formidable army up front, but having it in cells all over the place. And if you can create clones of yourself here, one in point, one in thing, and they just call it. Hey, here's what's going on. But you let them attack Lennox, and when they attack Lennox, we come behind them now. We say, watch, first he's an evil man. You attacking a whole man, he probably a grandchildren.
You have to have the people who sell on that. Because you know you have people who leave the freaking bamboo there and go on the way. Because I was talking to Dr. Kyle today on a thing, Carson Charles, you hear that he was minister. Eversley started talk some shit.
Yeah, I know. When we was coming on, I show you that. I say, watch. I say, yeah, I tell Lincoln. People, I go on in media, I don't know. I say, yeah,
of course, that's what happened. So here what telling me. So the time will come. Remember, 3 of us, me, he, Andy, and 1 or 2 other persons was on during the UNC. He was over by TDT, and he start the narrative about Rowley the rapist. You know. So when he continue and closer to the election, I say, but I don't know if Rowley and them know, but I get my initial information from him calling Rowley a rapist. So I don't know what he doing there and how they could accommodate that. But of course, and then I know Andy Roberts get it from me. So I'd set him up and mash him up because he ain't shit. And Julia Davy too. Julia Davy contested the election for UNCA, you know. You know what I mean? Julia Davy contests the 2007 elections on a UNCA ticket. UNCA ticket. And when we wanted Kamala to hear that election then, because I went in there with my party, that's why I called UNCA. I had Love. So she and I was Love. So she contested Laventille West and I contested Laventille East. And the day when we had said that Kamala should lead the campaign, Pandey wasn't in the country yet. So when we went, we made a decision in Emerald Plaza in California. So when she went by the bar, Kamala come across and she said, Juliet, I will never forget what you did. I really appreciate that. And that mother asked, I actually, if she remember what Kamala said on she program, you know, she tell me she can't remember. But thing tell me, but at the time I think she was sincere, but I realized that the den she was in, meaning the Lions den she was in, she dare not say that was so. Yeah, that. But the time will come when the confrontation will have to be.
No, but when Nell Evans leave, he had to be checked at this point in time. Yeah. Because you can't be saying you stand up for people, right? And then now you're out of pay tag, you kind of, you're passively, or how to say it, but you're agreeing. You haven't a tacit agreement with the PNM.
Yeah.
You ain't coming out and saying that in the public, but you're showing up the false.
Yeah. He tried to be objective, but indicating the only beneficiary of that could be the PNM. So therefore, you are damn PNM. That's what you do. You look at who will benefit
a man like me will attack you. Now I will come and lay the facts as that, and then you put out that in the public. So if in truth and in fact that is his position, you let the public know that he's a sheep, he's a wolf from sheep.
But you don't tell me,
You understand? So when they hit him that now, it's to close down his paycheck.
Of course.
You understand?
One time.
So it's letting people know, don't listen to you.
Yeah,
because alright, you getting on coming on and you doing all kind of thing with the teachers and things. This man is a PNM and smart enough for nobody.
Yeah, he's a PNM. He gravitating where the dollar is.
You're encouraging them now. I say, why don't say something about the PNM? And they know that you're wrong. So you're encouraging them now to back talk the PNM. And then saying, I'm sure you're not going on.
Yeah. And then there's part and parcel of the challenge. Yeah. But I haven't been waiting for him. Because any trust you imagine, you can't fool nobody. You're saying that because the PNM will benefit. That is my logic. And if the PNM benefit from it, then what is your stand now? Because it's usually the man who initiated Rowley being a rapist and a pedophile on air.
But it's important to destroy him. You know why? You see, these is the men that they are depending on to drive the machinery. Yeah, that is why you have to destroy them.
You saying them deliberately want to go to office? You saw that. But you know,
if it happen for them, business.
But they will do all what they can to stay.
To stay.
You think when in Tobago, and you see these kind of examples I use, when in Tobago, right, and you realize water more than flour, they start to pester Tobago with a set of pamphlets of what St. Duke and Kamala and them in the same room and all kind of thing, That way they do. So it's the same thing he do for the national elections in Gandhi. He say you're no monkey and banana and so on, and have people in library and so on gravitating to the tribal rather than the plight that he create, poverty, evil, fragmenting of families, and them still vote for that shit boy. I say,
you see, down on my side, they never had a voice that used to talk like a real. So we had us independent local radio station and call them, but we realized it didn't.
No, what I see in there only have an impact. That's
We
why I exclusivize it to South, deep South. When I'm sure that when the information comes, because I go push it as well on the ground put and so on. So when the information come out, the idea is you have a east-west corridor, you also have a deep south, and that is all here. Is that because it's recreate Victoria Butson? Recreate Victoria. Well, the politician that he turned out to be and the opportunities and so we went down Paliseco and so on, and when they had the housing problem and so on, we did that. And we encouraged him in the politics because he was slanting at minimum to be PNM or maximum to be independent.
Yeah.
And we tell him no.
Yeah, that was it. And he was getting through with
somebody shoot him along there.
Yeah, somebody shoot him.
And we went down there and highlight that.
You see what wrong with but I used to work with people closely.
Okay.
I can tell you, I was on the program, I used to do some directing on the program. But yeah, I tell you, the problem is what certain people don't understand, and I see with them, basing what politics and what he know about politics And that is a bias within itself. What we just call availability restricts based on information that we privilege to you. You're not watching from the wider public.
But can't you only speak to what you know or what you understand?
That point. But if you
but you have to be receptive as well.
You have to be receptive as well.
Because you cannot just
you're not willing to listen.
No. And they just see that from a man, right? See, like if me and you talking, and you might say, Jeffrey, you see that orange teeth? I fell up on you with that orange teeth, Marvin. And I say, hey, well, yeah, I think your orange wasn't me. And you continue arguing, but I now tell you. So sometimes I'm able to take new information and able to make a different outcome from it.
He's not able to update himself.
No, when I tell him that, he will continue the argument. And I will say, but I now tell you, I ain't keep it. So he will say, so if it's not you, then it had to be the next man. So he
should be able to say that.
Yeah, he should be able to say that. If I tell him no, all right, but you wasn't aware that it wasn't there, that next man did. And it's probably you. He will still continue with that argument. And they're not seeing where that all right. In politics, there are plenty of position. That's signing your position. I see people working with $10,000 just to go and sign a book.
Office would pay, but no work.
No work. There are plenty of them. The whole of the friggin' tourism board is almost so. That next thing we just call ombudsman. Plenty of them position and signing your position. Plenty of them things. Certain office, but they're just hiring, you're just carrying coffee from here today, and you're getting $8,000, $9,000 a month for that.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, well, political position. What's the political position? That's how it is. That's how Julia Davy was surviving under the UNC.
So between me and you, they're not seeing. So when you become a part of the system now, or the political entities start to consider you, they start to fight you down. So the riff here now, even when Oye created, Oye never used to take no front. That was like about Oye not taking the front.
That's right. Yeah.
So you're seeing Victor constantly you're seeing Victor. And Victor started to look around so and say, wait now. I'm a leader now. So I must not follow nobody, but you're not understanding the good cop, bad cop strategy.
So you listen to you know
what? Well, these days he don't even communicate.
But he didn't know, I didn't know. He would them fellas would have know it kind of pseudo. He was kind of warning man underneath. All of them.
Yeah.
But you know that here what it come out.
Yeah, he came right in this office and talked that kind of talk about Mikey and so on. Yeah.
They just come so greedy. Here what has happened. They just try to do this and step over.
Yeah.
And here what has happened. Here what has happened. When you're stepping over a man, and you know he's the initial man that started, you just notice it, but when he end up in problems here now, you just laugh at him because he can't come back.
Can't come back, yeah. Especially if you're going that friggin' deep.
Yeah.
But you know, look, all of the major activities in Trinidad as far as protests is we organize it, and you ain't seen us in front. Sometimes we meet in the crowd and so on. Look, when Mikey ended up getting locked up with the first pushback, we had about 5,000 people wrong this one, right? But I signed up next to Mikey, and I see man who do the letter, and they call from the Belmont station. They say Smith is the man, and tell Smith we gunning for him. But I signed up next to Mikey. They call their names. They ask me who am I. I say I Lennox Smith. And they hold Mikey and they hold me. Guess why? The way how I dress. I like this. With a cap on there. So even though I say I Lennox Smith, the man can't believe that that's the man.
I realize that I'm like mind games. They like crossword puzzles and things. They're right in place. And you watch
You see, because I have to stay out, but I'm the resource man. So I would go and get all of the JP and so on to get them out and whatnot. So I'm out get one. I end up getting one Stephen, and we were able to work in both stations. Now, if all of we get lick up, that's it. And I am the security man on the team. So notice, three of us normally don't be in the same place at the same time. So if them fellas see they go in my camera, I go tell them, yes, I come in, but me going away. Right? And if two of us go, fine. But it mustn't be the maximum. Until, of course, this period over, because I know Rowley and them will kill to stay in office. You can say they want it, they want to come out. They will kill. They'll kill to stay in office. Take right there.
No, I didn't say they want to come out.
Uh-uh.
I said they're going to use.
If they happen not to get what they want,
Yeah.
it's to stay.
Yeah. They're going to use UNC.
No, but that's natural. That's natural. That's what Manning did. Manning did that to Robinson. When they couldn't use the race, they say the dragon on the Red House. That's how it is. And they, because they have a certain amount of goodwill because of the length of time and the indoctrination. That's right.
So even if they're out of power, they're still in power.
Still in power, yeah, because of that. But the UNC did a good job in certain, because none of those major issues that PNM under Rowley was sharpening his chops, saying, well, look, he catch a big fish and so on and so on, notice. And what are they? The Vince Nelson matter. They never thought that would have collapsed in the face, because they tell themselves they have it, and then Ramlogan dead, Ramdin dead, so they could capitalize, and they probably might have called election around that time too, if they only get it. And Ram, guess what? Somebody whose desk letting documents pass across all them. So the UNC did a damn good job.
But that's what we keep saying. And that's why I tell you, we're minority, but we continue to fight, because it have conscientious persons like yourself, who are not only reading what is on the paper, but understand what is going on, and then say,
That cannot be. It is unacceptable. This is not democracy.
I don't want to be the light, but it certainly be the desk.
Yes, yeah. No, that's what happened. That's what happened. That's the only how that could have happened. Just as Pandey too. They would have lost Pandey in jail if the information that the sitting magistrate who threw the book at him anyway, and Jeremy, the then Attorney General, if nobody knew that they met and had discussion before he passed sentence on the man, and then the appeal court asked the lawyers to address them on the basis of political victimization. Otherwise, Pandey might have been still alive but in jail. Yeah. So these fellas and them are prepared, and you're seeing the pattern. So you know, a fella like me will observe that. I mean, when you're talking about Holsey Bagan and a state of emergency just around she house because they want to have the way in the parliament. When you hear about the rocket in Sadiq Bash tank, and when you hear these matters concerning Pandey, and then when you hear, of course, most recent with Anand and so on, you know what they're capable of, and so that's why I say that they're hustlers, and therefore they are criminals, and their whole reason, the whole reason for existence is to be in office, not to come out of office. So be in office because they want to control, and they know the benefit of that, and the benefit of that for them is that they must control the resources of the country and say who must eat and who must eat. And if you do comply, well, of course, you get the axe. And that is what has been happening.
Because a radio station, right? Does the radio station in Trinidad and Tobago does only survive based on politics. They won't win politics.
No, but that's right.
And that's wrong, eh?
Of course it's wrong.
That's wrong.
They will not give Amar any.
No,
they will not invite us
nothing.
to the diplomatic center. They will invite us. They throw out Amar Day, and it's the only man that Rowley apologized to is Amar. Yeah.
When he said no, he didn't say that. And Amar said yes. Yeah. I still had that tape there.
Yeah. In the night, he goes like a thief in the night, and he issue a statement.
And that's Amar.
Yeah. Issue a statement saying that he was wrong because Motley was really a member of a team that he appointed to deal with Sandals, and he stridently and you know you're obnoxious too, so you was using the no, you're wrong. I am the prime minister here, and and that information you had to tear it up already, and he denied. Because it was so glaring that he had to come back and say, if it wasn't that glaring, he would not have apologized. Because they do apologize, as you know. But because it was so glaring, there's another one that he apologized to twice he apologized so far. Oh yeah, and for COVID, when he told them that bring out all them senior citizens and them and say he gave vaccine and there was no vaccines. He had to call a press conference and he say the government is responsible because there was no vaccine there and expose the people and them to a mass infection scenario. I wrote to the International Criminal Court for that, called it geronticide, the death of our senior citizens. Geronticide, like homicide. Yeah. Geronticide. And them talking shit. Yeah.
That was here Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah, we have a little more to talk. Yeah.
I know you're listening.
When I come there, I want to be able to go down and that go.
Yeah, go do get out the man. If I tell you something, we're not. You see how far reach.
I learned it from here.
Yeah, they insist. I might call you technician. I might call you Tuesday. I'll call him Monday night.
All right. You know he's technician, right? Come on, man.
Yeah.
All them things are doing one.
Yeah. All right, so we get it.
Thanks,
yeah, man, no problem.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, partner.
Yeah.
Man, it's showing to me what I'm person is not for them and telling them the person is not them just turn up in the other page and them taking the other page also. The person I tell them no person me and if I retire, I tell to go back and 2 hours and come back to my finger. I'll show you cooking.
Yeah, who?
I'm going to call him. Oh, no. My daddy has food I got to bring him now because I'm not
you do what? You have work to do that day in the system.
Why? Really, I'm not for that. Abby's not there. How do you know? Well, she's not no. Look, the Charlotte's got it. The 6 hours of Sunshine Avenue or something. That avenue of the tower. Rapid on time. Your phone, what's it? Happy your phone? Your phone has 5? Yeah.
You don't fix up them with one over time. Maybe people vaccinated, right? This is the thing. All the text. It's the kind of 4-1 time. Right? So I didn't want you not to be exposed to the material. You're supposed to get all right. Don't tell me you ain't know. Like you have big the Minister of Finance reads the budget, you won't say your principal. because you didn't read the information that Vince gave you. Right? So he gave you book. That means when you come, you have to check the book every time because you're interested.
When we come in, like, we have to tell you. I started to say, I see my daughter talking to me about the same thing.
This isn't working? Right. I'll just do it. Come on, move on. You were going up, you want to share? One next share, man.
Just can't check the camera right there. I don't know what.
Oh, you mean yes?
Yeah.
Hey, boy, we must work, boy. We must work. Otherwise, we're going to be in problems. Just do it at rock. And when you finish with this, you're right. Wait a second. Yeah, that's what it is. If we think good to good, it's still one. After the praise, I ain't good to good. But I ain't good to good. Why didn't you do that to him? Because you know about boom. Paper doesn't have a backbone, but chart has. But she could start right and she could take it wrong. Let's check the signature. Is that? I see that. Is not in good break, but is spiritual and in good break. That's the question. That's your matter. Yes. Peace.
Hi.
Peace.
I'm trying to come back now. I'm coming for lunch, sir. I'm coming for lunch. No problem, sir. Now I just need to hear from you. Hey? Cheers. I love you. Yeah, come on.
Yes, it's okay. Why? Because what? Animal. Because invertebrates start with a vowel. You learn that a long time. That's how you know if it's to put an or a before before a word. Because it has to start with a vowel to use an. And no vowel to use a. Oh boy. Yeah. You could remember that? Whites are use an in front. Reptiles are vertebrates that have scales, turtles, snakes, lizards are vertebrates. So
Thanks to Genshin Impact.
Oh, oh, I see it from. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, right. I see it from. Right. So it thought a turtle is a vertebrate. I could have sworn it was an invertebrate, so I was wrong. Turtles are vertebrate. Tortoises are vertebrates. Right? So we know that, right? So that. What about which the other? We know shark is a vertebrate, right? Okay. Spider invertebrate, right? Fish can't be a vertebrate. So why miss put a dash through this one? Starfish, STAR. Let's see, FRSH. Starfish is an invertebrate. Turtle, so we know turtle is a vertebrate. I know, but I get it wrong. Right, so that's right.
Basically, you don't know what is what. Education is about. Huh? What's up? Education is about.
No, I didn't know. I never passed through it. So I didn't know. I never looked at it.
You really know how to reverse back on the panel, it's supposed to say education is about. I would have done that.
Right, okay. So turtle is turtle is a vertebrate. It's not an invertebrate. Yeah. All right, yeah. All right, bring it in, right? So turtle is a vertebrate. I didn't even know that. Well, yes, and Mrs. Why miss is starfish? Starfish is what? What would you say? A starfish is a or an vertebrate? A starfish is a or an vertebrate? An vertebrate. Why? What starts with a vowel? You mix up? All right, okay. Very easy, very easy. Starfish doesn't start with a vowel because the vowels are what are the vowels? All right. So therefore it didn't start with any one of them, so it cannot be a vowel. So therefore it has to have a in front of it. A starfish. If the word is describing, or you have to use it with has a vowel, it begins with a vowel. I take for instance whirl. Whirl, an whirl or a whirl? Why? What does start with a vowel? Where is the letter that you're talking about? W is not a vowel, therefore a whirl. Huh? Gun. A or an gun? Very good.
you.